Oh, hey G. Hey GC. Hey Dreadful. Thank you much, GC. I'm glad you like it. I hope to improve upon it soon, TM. If I would have thought about it earlier, I also would have done something else, but okay, let's get to I'm sorry, GC. I can just send you the image. I have... Where is it? There we go. I hope everyone's doing well tonight. Also, I am very surprised, as you mentioned, you see there's... Oh! Press any key. It was done loading. Oh!
Is there money to be made?
Right. I remember. Last time we found the body of our, I guess, benefactor? Relative? Oh. I mean, Mr. G, that's a bit excessive, but correct.
Just as I planned.
Horrific visions and a product of the warp energy. Huh.
The first sacrifice opens the eye. The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
Shoot him! Metal Thread, who is clutching a bleeding wound on his chest, gives you a tormented look. Oh, I survived. Changed the tide, I'm afraid. But if there is any honor in you, we can at least die with dignity and give our lives for the road trade. Theodora von Valancius is dead. I found her and the arch-militant in her study. Edeltrad's eyes widen. Serve us, the road trader is dead. The ship has lost your Lord Captain and the house, its head. Edeltrad shuddles and grabs his shoulder. As you watch, the sleeve of his jacket burst open and two bone growths pierce through the fabric. Terrifying! No matter what ritual Conrad is performing there, the war is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I will quit that when I can. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed. Yadira looks anxiously at Eltrad, then she glances back at you. I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating. The ship can still be steered out of the warp, but we must first restore communication with the bridge and the navigators send it down. Getting us out of the warp is probably the priority. Edeltrad stares at you, his eyes hardened with cold resolve once more. We have no right to bow our heads. Zinch! You can see Conrad Voigtvier clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he's holding is stained with the dark drops that seem to have fluorescence glimmering to them. We are out of time! Edeltrad bites his knuckle, desperately thinking. You see a wave ripple across the whites of Eltrad's eyes, and they begin to turn a sickly yellow. To the party. Ready your weapons. If we are to die this day, let us die with honor. No, Leopold Sebastian, to die altogether is to allow the flame of the dynasty to perish in the dark. No, it will not be like this. Not today. Edeltrad lowers his head, then he sighs and locks eyes with his cold gaze, haughty and fanatical. The ritual will not be complete. I'll take care of it. And you, see to it that the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm, and farewell. Accursed traitor! A time will come when you will bleed for her ladyship Theodora's murder. Remember my words, for they are the vow of he who marches towards his death. What? Theodora's... Voigtvier stares at you in seemingly genuine bewilderment. No, that can't be. Not now, I still haven't...
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
Maybe... I have not added...
Suffer not the heretic to live!
Use unique abilities, called heroic acts, or just momentum is required depending on the action. High momentum value allows a character to use heroic act a low value. Okay. Interesting. I have a bunch of... Oh. I would not... Hey, Babette. I actually don't have a really good way to do that, because I can't copy and paste things easily. But Joel is still among the existence. Oh, right. I have to move. Is that... Okay, that's heavy cover. Fantastic. And... that is also heavy cover. Okay, let us begin! You will encounter enemies with various abilities and features. An icon next to an enemy's portrait indicates that they are under the influence of some kind of hack. Right mouse. Okay, cool. So... what is the effect? Oh! Oh, that's I need to kill people. Okay. Bring it down one. All characteristics.
It's as good as done.
Argenta. There we go. Argenta is my chosen champion.
Who, if not me?
Oh. Uh-huh. Okay. So
I'll do it.
I'm sufficiently happy with that.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Okay, that's reasonably good. Will this update?
I will not.
Okay, and then can probably hit him.
I'll see to it personally. Your end was
Nice shot. Oh. Oh, that poor individual suffered quite the end. Wounded, wounded. Okay. So. We can burst fire twice.
That is not the Emperor's will. I refuse. I will not.
Okay, fine. What is the bolter's fire range? 4. Let us...
I am his will made manifest.
Let's try this, yeah?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Oh. Oh, I apparently misunderstood something. Oh, well. Wait. Why did you get to... Interesting. Hey, Kina. I apparently did not understand.
I'll do it. You, my Emperor! Faith without deeds is worthless. Each strike is a prayer. I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
And she cannot hit. So. Mag dump into big and ugly, yeah?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Oh.
I'll do it.
Not bad. Not bad. Hydrate. Hello, LB. Thank you for the stretch and posture check, Tina. Good job, lad. Man, all these folks are really... Wow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Stop it!
Oh. 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 Oh.
High momentum.
Okay, what is this ability? Restores all AP and MP and gains... Okay. So...
It will be done.
Those would involve an attack class. So... Oh, that is quite a lot.
No matter the cost.
Get the stabbing! Oh, I may have goofed.
At your beck and call.
I've never felt pain like this.
I should probably... What? Why is he... Energy boost? Oh. Why is it getting, like, sudden attacks? Nope. But stab him. That was some good damage. Chat is going. Okay. So far, all of the characters that have joined are specific characters that are... That was... Oh, nice shot.
Darkness consumes me.
Injury is not an excuse to shirk one's duty.
Once a character has suffered a certain amount of injuries, or replace with trauma. Make use of a med kit in time to treat injuries to avoid characters suffering trauma and relieve traumas is more difficult. Okay, cool. Fantastic. Delightful.
I'll make it happen.
Abelard, if you
I
would...
won't stand for it.
If you would please, Abelard. I don't think that's a wise idea. wonder if I can hit this guy multiple times. Yes, all the characters are characters. Enjoy your lurk, Elvie. Let's try this. Will this hit twice? No, it will not.
That's not the Seneschal's job.
I mean, it is, but...
I'll see to it personally.
Well...
Ugh, my faith shields me.
Doesn't one of these cause... Yes, this causes bleeding. What is bleeding? Suffers damage at the start of each turn. The effect can be removed. Okay, cool. So that's going to be a long-term source of damage. 5 to 7%. Okay, so I'm going to have the AP, so... I might as well.
Rejoice in battle.
Walk up slowly. And apply... yeah. And
That is not the
I should
Emperor's
have-
will.
probably. It is not anything in specific. It's just a D&D style map. You know?
I'm not interested.
Wound require... What? Broken ribs permanent... Oh. Oh!
My place is at the fort.
Okay, that was not what I... Well...
I'd rather not.
Target is...
I will do my duty.
Okay, well, that works, I suppose.
It will be done.
Ah. Oh man, I just cracked the hell out of my knuckles.
Indeed.
Thanks!
I've faced worse than this. Who if not me?
Oh lord.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I wonder if bleeding stacks.
On it.
Gatorade doesn't burn my... That's good to hear, Kina. Glad to hear you're feeling better. I mean, on the bright side...
I'll see to it personally.
From the ashes.
Because it burned like hell, any wounds you had are probably somewhat sterilized.
I'll do it.
How much HP you got left?
Doubt is for the weak.
Oh my lord. I'm gonna be so upset if one of these fucking deckhands takes the kill. Are you... Yeah, so, Irida just got, like, fucking flattened instantaneously. I would like to use the medkit on... Oh, she didn't even get a turn. The Chaos Spawn just said no. You have lost existing privileges.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
Administration is a holy task.
There we go.
Let me help.
Just in time.
I don't think that did anything. That was... Oh, I don't think it even used up a charge, so that's good. Choose characteristic, fellowship or willpower. Willpower does... What are my stats? Willpower is fairly low, actually. My fellowship is quite high. If I do that, I will give better buffs. What is... Oh, right. More buffs. Man, look at... Those are big stats. Can't take bolt weapon experts. Combat master. Movement points, parries, knives, last weapon. None. What does that do? Oh! That's neat. Dodge bonus. Solid protect. That's not bad. We have a whole bunch of weapon proficiency. The character can attack with the second weapon in their current weapon set in addition to the usual one. Oh! That's kind of neat. That's very interesting. Weapon skill. Okay. Nice. So I can also burn one of these. That's nifty. Interesting. What's going on in chat? Husband's getting has learned that you can fake being injured to get sympathy. Amazing. Fantastic. What did you come across, GC? someone unplagued a plague marine? What? Like, in the lore? Or, like, someone took a plague marine and restored them? I don't know what I want. Like, Jinx is kind of interesting because it would give... I think I'm gonna go with this, yeah. Sent me the image. Oh, that's nice. That's very nice. So it looks like they just... Huh. Huh, that's so neat. Man, StarCraft 2 sure was a thing. What would this... Okay. We don't really have a tank, so let's see if we can make this. Does not stack. Okay. Is there something I can do to attack the game 1 second? Oh, I just oh. Is there something? Oh, that's so neat. You know what? I can probably force people to attack Abelard if I'm more intelligent with my positioning. Hey, Sam. I did not realize it was Kina, but I feel like you pull it off significantly better. Also, the visual design of Kerrigan is fantastic. Like, StarCraft 1 Kerrigan is great. StarCraft 2 Kerrigan's design, great. StarCraft 2 Kerrigan's, like, character arc in Wings of Liberty, shit. Genuinely really interesting in Heart of the Swarm, though. I really like Heart of the Swarm. Oh, when firing heavy weapon. She's not getting heavy weapons. Heavy weapons. Unnatural luck. Divination. Oh! That's neat. What does analyze? There's so much to this game. Hey Vox, hope you're doing well. Thank you for the lurk. What's up, Belvy? When we get them cats in the weed. Yes, I would absolutely. And I wouldn't even say, Tina, that Kerrigan was like re-corrupted. Cause like her personhood was purified. She became unevil. But her, like, physical body became Zerg again, but not her mind, which is, like, it makes no sense to me. And my day's going pretty alright, Sam. How about yours? Thank you for stopping by the way. I appreciate it. As always. I think we're gonna go with... I like how it shows the parties. Stuff. Wow! That might actually be really good for keeping her out of... flawless plane. Every 9th successful dodge over her. That's the secret. That's super neat! So I'll probably make a Psyker that's, like, tanky? Just like a dodge tank or something and just abuses flawless plan? Because that sounds... Wait. Huh. I can probably have a Psyker who is... Because operatives are not Psykers. So I can't have, like... Huh. After every 6 years... Wow. I would like something that... These are some very interesting talents. I would like something that That's interesting. Sacred You can use a damaging psychic power while being threatened by enemies. I really like how it lets you know, even without the talent. Well, the psyker is not in the target's line of sight, or the psyker is cover all systems. Oh, of the oh! Okay, interesting. Ooh, I think we'll go with that. Ballistic skill, fantastic. Okay, rapid reload. Rack and ruin after soldier deals damage. Camaraderie. Okay, that's... For each, that's ridiculous. So that would be a 10% damage boost currently for each adjacent person. But that... I did want her to be a... Oh. Have a good lurk, Elvie. I did want her to be a area effect. So Rack and Ruin seems like it would be very good. Oh, I can't loot the... What is that? Blade shard? A blade from a mysterious metal that shimmers... Okay.
Whatever you wish.
I guess it's time to close out the door. Ravor, Master Helmsman, System Status Report. By the Emperor, it's Seneschal, living and breathing. White-haired man with sickly pale skin salutes you. Well, this is a tricky question. The whole place is so overgrown with foul wickedry, we'll be scrubbing it off vid screens for throne knows how long. We need to re-establish contact with the Navigator's Sanctum. It is our only chance of escaping from the war. Have a good lurk, Kena. Thank you. Your words seem to knock the officer out of their stupor, and the air around you filled with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing. One of the survivors buckling under the stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking. That's... I mean... There's time for trauma later, I guess, but that... Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. Abelard pauses for a few seconds before turning to you. Leopold, you may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take your place in the ritual that is about to commence. He directs your attention upward to the throne that sits at the apex of the tall staircase. What must I do? Take the Lord Captain's seat. Order the final preparations. Wait for the officer to report. Bah, blast it all to the void. Translation is a craft, not something to be explained in a text. Just go up to the Throne Master, Leopold Sebastian. These people are about to do the impossible. The least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot. Please, sir. Every second we waste is a terrible risk. Thank you, Sam. I hope you have a good lurk. And G, you seem to be that is dangerously close to heresy, I imagine. That is a large chair. Oh boy, what the... The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents, invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath its thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire. The other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and the voice booms with all horrors of the war. Who are you to oppose destiny itself for the sake of lives that are not your own? So many threads stretch between you and other creatures of your world. Pitiful, worthless links ready to shatter at the slightest touch. A muddled, erratic, pointless tangle. It resonates and merges with the voices that have already dug their foul roots into your consciousness. A moment later, you realize that all these voices are the myriad manifestations of the same call that has finally invaded your mind. I'm saving my people, do your worst, but you cannot stop me. Theodora lets out a long screech, a shrill, overwhelming sound that can only be interpreted as laughter. Lead them, mortal. Guide them, persuade them, force them to walk your path. You will need followers, for destiny is preordained. Your head begins to spin, and a vicious drops slither down your cheeks. You blink. You are no longer looking at Theodora. It is the traitor Voitvir, just as fluid and ephemeral as the previous apparition. The same terrifying voice seized from his lips. Would never do a heresy outlet. Haha. Yeah, sure, G. The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you, on the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World. I see you by my side on that day, the day of my resurrection. The image is scattered by invisible sorceress winds, and you see Idira, her eyes aglow with the same sinister flame. Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me. Mickey! A cavalcade of hazy glimpses of a future yet unknown passes before your eyes. A flash of crimson, purple. The images replace one another in a violent kaleidoscope without ever letting you get a proper look at them. Through the rippling mirage, you see a twisted image of Abelard, the loyal seneschal of the dynasty. The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine. Hi, Nikki. You cute as well. Raver turns around and looks up at you. He hesitates for a few moments and then addresses Abelard, who is standing next to you. Seneschal, the navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means nods absent-mindedly. The navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Von Valencia's flagship. We will honor his memory along with that of who died this day. All of who died this day. Raver does not look away. He is giving you a hard stare, his white brows furrowed. Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As first officer, it is my duty to inform you with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty.
Thank you for the hydrate, LB. It takes time for Abelard to respond. You watch as he grits his teeth, unable to bring himself to say anything. Finally, he adjusts his blood-stained coat, straightens, and begins to speak.
By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision.
After waiting out the first wave of shocked cries, Abelard glances at you and continues.
It is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live.
Abelard stops short and glares fiercely at the confused officers.
The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
The Seneschal turns to you. He looks at least half a decade older. That's 5 years.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained. For the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. And through the strength of his resolve, saved those who were counting on him for protection.
Now, I would like to know how we're getting out of the warp without, you know, a navigator, but that's a question for another time, I suppose. Plot convenience, yeah, that sounds about right. That is such a weird emote to me. Red Bull. I like it, but story time? Deep shadows of weariness can be seen on Abelard's face. Though the old officer's eyes are keen, they rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, mutters something, and then nods to himself. Well then, your lordship. You cannot help but notice that the Seneschal does not know how to talk to you or where to begin. His hesitation brings an involuntary smirk to your face, as though someone else entirely is gloating at the old officer's confusion. Seeing your smile, Abelard pulls himself together. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this is also their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have yet to be filled by their Some posts have to be filled by the deputy's deputy, while others go entirely unfilled entirely. And now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crews. In Hound's chat, one person kept using this emote. It seemed to fit every single situation. I thought it was amazing. So I followed the person who has the emote, occasionally catching her stream. She actually has 2 channels with this emote on it. One big channel, then a smaller, more chill channel. And then someone gifted me a sub. I love it when a place comes together, all according to plan. Translator's note. Clan is English for Keikaku. Okay. How did we come to lose so many officers? It appears the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found, which is unsurprising given that their informant on board was our own Master of Whispers. Abelard grimaces. What is on the agenda for this meeting? That's a lot of text. Oh, you can scroll up? That's fantastic. Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I'm still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, Your Lordship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they in turn will have the honor of beholding the visage of their Lord Captain. It is like that sentence kind of reminds me of how, like, the scale of 40K is so absurd, so vast, that I can have, like, people, like, 2 steps below me. Nikki, why are you... Stop beating the cock. There can be positions 2 below me that I will never meet because of the vast distances of the ship. Have you succeeded in tracking down Whitfield? Abelard grits his teeth. No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him, and any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors. But frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now 1 shuttle short. I am afraid that it will be some time before he answers for all that he has wrought. I'm ready to start the briefing. Summon the officers. With a gesture, Abelard relays the order from the adjutants at the far end of the magnificent chamber. Back priest! A dozen pair of eyes bore into you, the expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Attention, officers, you have been granted an honor. Lord Captain Leopold Sebastian von Valancius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. I haven't the time to be listening to every last officer on this hulking rig, Abelard. Give me a minute, Chris. Rhesus? Rhesus? Perhaps you would introduce those present, Abelard. As you wish, your lordship. Abelard points to a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Vigdis Suriata of the Toleman line, our new Vox Master. Oh, that's not the tech priest. Wow. Vox Master Vigdis, it is an honor to serve your lordship. The Vox Master offers a deep bow. Aboard this vessel, you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Captain. Beside her is Raver, the Master Helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or pirate trap. The bearded man with pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face gives a sullen nod. Hello, Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. Then, if what just transpired is not grief, what classifies as grief? Or, why are you still here? And lastly, our high factotum. Our high factotum generous Danrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with oiled hair offers an obsequious smile? I don't know. And bows. It is an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard. The Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship. And lastly, the Drives Master, servant of the Omnissiah. Obsequious. That doesn't sound like a real word. The 3 officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drives Master offers a salute resembling a dance, involving the complicated manipulation of all the tech priest mechadendrites. Beautiful. Oh! Oh, that's impressive. I love it. Is that to everyone? Unfortunately, our choir master, the esteemed Zachary Weiss, head of the Astropath section, is unable to join us. He is in charge of communications with distant star systems. Master Weiss has been in a trance for some time now, attempting to contact other planets in the Von Valencia's protectorate and inform them of the Lady Theodora's passing and Conrad Vutvir's treachery. I will deliver a report to your lordship on the Astropath's progress as soon as it is possible to do so. Yeah, what Nikki said. Seek last. All others present are adjutants, secretaries, and deputies. They are here to make the records of the proceedings. I wish to hear the Infernus Master's report. I'm kind of upset that the tech priest doesn't get a portrait. I'm assuming. But yes, Lord Captain. The tall young man bows his head in deference. I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment in terms of material losses and crew casualties has been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factotum. The post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and the next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. Abelard remarks in a low voice pitched in your ear zone. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. High Factotum. Factotum. Seems like a real word either. We are toiling day and night to complete a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given into the tech priest's hands for attention, and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately, this number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also include trained professionals. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Reichad Minoris. However, the planet, the whole system in fact, belongs to the Winterscale Rogue Trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the Rogue Trader. Okay. Especially true given Caligos Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later. The kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planet. Rumbles Abelard Flowning. Drive Master, I will hear from you now. Zira Talar. A voice distorted by Vox retranslator emerges from under the tech priest's scarlet hood. Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed, thank the Omnissiah. But its spirits mourn its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. With great sorrow, I must also report that the Engineer Prime, overseer and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board, fell in battle. The Magos was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him. A most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement, and as soon as possible. Would someone care to translate the extreme... No, I understood it entirely. I see, thank you. The tech priest bows her head. Master Helmsman, deliver your status report. Right you are, Captain. Look, right you are, Lord Captain. Cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ships sound more or less, but without our Engineer Prime and Navigator, who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. If we try to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what'll happen first. Our warp drive being torn to pieces, or all us melting into the bulkheads. Your Lordship, if you will allow me to interject. When we arrived in the system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all available communication channels in the region. One of them was a Navis Nobilite station. The station maintains complete Vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. To have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck. A true blessing from the God Emperor. A sharp bolt of pain lances through your skull as if in response to what you just heard. You understand that it's not the God Emperor you should thank for such good fortune. The words of the daemon that appeared before you during the translation into real space echo in your mind. I'm the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands. Or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. In slightly less shitty news, we can go round and round this system till our heads are swimming, as long as the Prometheum and supplies last. And if any thick-as-grox shit lowlifes come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out, so don't you worry on that score. The Master of Ordnance gives you a gloomy look. Nah, my job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told. But just ask anyone. We've got no able crew. No Lord Captain? Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. So what? Comes the officer's hostile and bitter reply. It is as if a dam has burst inside and all his pent-up emotions are rushing out of him. The ship's in ruins. Every second officer's dead, and now we've got a Green Lord Captain who's supposed to lead us to Void knows where. Silence! The bridge's magnificent glass panels seem to tremble under the force of Abelard's roar. Enforcers, seize this mutineer! Abelard grunts. If only one officer out of the whole lot has fallen to pieces, then it's not bad at all. Your Lordship, I do humbly apologize upon behalf of the entire crew. What would you have us do to the Master of Ordnance? The former Master of Ordnance, I should say. Besides, find a replacement. That is, for we have already one lined up. Stand down, release him. I have no intention of punishing a man for a moment of weakness, not after a terrible attack we have endured. I can execute him. Experienced Masters of Ordnance are few and far between, so for that reason he may remain in post. In his I leave his punishment at your discretion. It's not two. And I don't think one is appropriate either, because we are in crisis mode. To allow that to slide in crisis is not smart, I would feel. Experienced Masters of Ordnance are few and far between, so for that reason, he may remain in post. And leave his punishment at your discretion, Abelard. 20 lashes a month for the next half cycle. Deprivation of officers' rations and privileges for the same period, with the option to extend. Record that in his file. Abelard stares unblinking at the Master of Ordnance. Cease your sniveling. You disgrace yourself and your entire clan. Enough. The hysterics are over. Let us resume. That may be overly harsh, but The Master of Ordnance stands up, wiping the blood from his broken nose. His face is the picture of shock. What just happened seems to be dawning on him only now, and the knowledge of the fate he just so narrowly escaped. To summarize, we have sustained serious losses in crew members, and we require new Engineer Prime and Navigator. Is that all preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain, but bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at a footfall station, home to the only dockyard in the section. But we will never reach footfall without first solving these 3 immediate problems. What can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves? I cede to the Voxmaster at this point. Mistress Tulliman? We are in the Rycat star system, and our voyage here was undertaken on orders of your lordship's predecessor. There are 300 inhabited bodies in this system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Navis Nobilite station has not simply failed to answer. It seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system, and Rykad's Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the Navis Nobility Station and find out what in the void is going on. Thank you all for your reports. Dismissed. The assembled officers salute you as one. Your lordship, there is one other thing. A confidential matter of the utmost importance. Lady Theodora, Abelard hesitates. Your eternally esteemed predecessor brought the ship here to this system for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything. And I shall tell you, the Lord Inquisitor, the Hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will in the Chronos Expand. Cool, so I have to work for Inquisitor. Fantastic. I came across a strange handwritten letter on Theodora's desk. It was signed XC. You are referring to the contents of that note, I presume? Yes, quite right. XC. Xavier Calcazar. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Heinrich von Kallaren. Kallax? An interrogator, you understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in this system, that we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, then deliver him to football in the Furibundus system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navis Nobilite or the Governor of Rykad Minoris, may know something. That is all of it, your lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the Von Valancius Protectorate. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look as if trying to gauge how long you hold out under the mountain of problems. His face softens slightly and it seems he's about to offer some words of encouragement. Adira, Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. The Sister of Battle grimly nods towards Adira. The Psyker is suffering some ailment or dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue trader. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time, rogue trader. Adira's glazed eyes rove over those assembled. One word bursts from her lips. Daybreak. Adira, come to your senses. Damn it. Adira presses her fingers to her temples in desperation. Your lordship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me hard. My head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is. No matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Or maybe it's dawn? And it's ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? We cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Glass? No, not yet. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make any sense of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it, alright? Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into your future, find me in the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you would benefit from them as well. The Psyker's bitten lips stretched into a wry smile. There is nothing else to report. I declare this briefing concluded. It's time to get to work. They just, like, really throw you into it. Wow. What is up there? Is there anything this way? Nope. Okay, cool. That's a nice touch. Let us check the quarters. What's this now? The positions of the pieces on the board suggest that this game of regicide was interrupted. The winner was never decided. The glinting of the displayed weapons is mesmerizing. You have never seen many of these articles before. Looks like we have a chain axe, sword. Oh, that's a claymore of some sort. That's a heavy bolter. That's... Why do I have an Eldar weapon? That's mildly concerning. This fine sculpture made from a strange metal seems to absorb any rays of light that fall upon it. Liturgies of the faithful to his word and name. Text below this solemn heading looks noticeably faded. It appears that the prayer book has been kept open to this page for a very long time. The light glinting off the polished skull of some unknown Xenos makes it seem like the bony face is mocking you. Can we play the organ? Nope. Bookshelves are packed with ancient books, piles of papers and tomes, many of which look rather worn. The ticking of the clock is too quiet for its bulky size. Oh! Oh, that's nice. Wow, that's a lot of names. Okay, cool. Cool. I can't. Oh. Interesting. Wait, what is... Unfinished letter. To his chagrin is irrelevant. Voigtvir's mistake cost me too much. Years of work, tremendous resources, all wasted. He has failed at what he was supposed to be irreproachable at, uncovering spies, and this one was a senior officer. I am not about to discard him. Conrad has served me for too long for his removal to go painlessly for the Protectorate. Besides, he is no fool. He could not have seriously expected to become the next in the von Valancius line when his skills and talents as a master of whispers are so valuable. Let his disinheritance serve as a humiliating but instructive lesson from which he may yet learn. Beyond the stained glass, the distant stars glimmer in the darkness of endless space, filling you with an odd sense of dread. Cracked data slate. The final transactions with Chartist are complete. The fiery reckoning is now fully equipped. The object has been loaded aboard with its containment intact and placed in the forebay to ensure maximum contact with the target. Are being sent and received by the bridge. Target's estimate time of arrival in the system. The fiery reckoning is created by a servitor. Hive mind dice? Wait. That might actually be... Hold on. That might be actual binary. Because... like... 000111. Like, that pattern appears... 000111. That's right here. So, like, that might actually be an E. Which is... If that's actually the case, that's a nice touch. I would assume that... not valid binary, but is this a puzzle? I love how I don't know if that's an actual puzzle. Ooh. Holy shit, that's fancy. The water's calming murmurs and the warm steam feels inexplicably deceptive. A moment of weakness and rest promises nothing but danger. Holy shit. These are some nice digs. The long dead eyes of this fierce monster forever capture the fear and pain of its final moments. Is that a fucking... That can't be a Tyranid. That... no, they're just doing their business elsewhere, G. Expensive, take place in a vast region, Chronos Expanse. Sector is composed of numerous star systems, many of which you will get a chance to visit. You will find yourself staring the void in search of Earth's leading uncharted systems. Each star system contained objects used. Okay. Oh! That's cute. I assume that's the... I am instantly drawn to this. The Vox crackles to life, and Master Helmsman Raver addresses you. What we have here, little Captain? And it is not very noticeable, but there's a void ship sitting in the local asteroid field. It sure is quiet, like it's huddled up in there on purpose. It's not like I'm surprised. The thing is more scrap heap than ship at this point. Somebody sure went to town on it. We are registering critical damage to the hull and depressurization of several compartments. Oh, there's an incoming transmission now, too. Hear us? The Vox transmission hisses and abruptly cuts to static. Do not require assistance. Pete, do not require assistance. Copy? The Vox relays a different voice. Keep following. They'll pass us by, won't they? Roar protects. Well, Captain, I'm told our augurs cannot determine the allegiance of the vessel. To be brief, there is an unidentified and badly damaged vessel within an asteroid field near the Ricadi Filia colony that is refusing to help, which, not to put it too fine a point on it, has not been offered. Which, to put a fine on it, has not yet been offered to them. Got it. Raver, can we establish communication? Let the vessel identify itself. Yes, Lord Captain, the connection is established. Unknown vessel, we are receiving you. Identify yourselves. I repeat, identify yourselves. For a brief moment, the Vox only hisses and snaps, and then several voices at once start shouting over one another. Do not tell him! We're done for! This is Thunderfang. We are... One of the voices falters uncertainly and is replaced by another. A merchant vessel. Do you copy? We are a private Chent vessel. Merchant vessel. Of course they are. Damn stupid head. Where did I hear this name before? Thunderfang. Raver damage report on the unknown vessel. Telemetry shows multiple hull breaches, most likely caused by the guns of a combat ship. Several compartments are leaking air. The bridge has been almost completely obliterated. 2 of the engines are critically damaged. Somebody gave them a thrashing so solid they barely managed to limp away. Thunderfang, why can we not identify you? You can make out hoarse and furious whispering, even over the crackling of sound. Why? I don't know. What if... Certainly not. Whispering dies and a clear, youthful voice cuts through the static. Our vessel is badly damaged. Damage is preventing the correct identification. We assure you it's full merchant vessel. Thunderfang does not require aid. Thunderfang, your vessel is badly damaged. What happened to you? The Vox responds by bursting into a cacophony of sounds, words, and emotions. Someone chuckles bitterly, another swears with some foul expletives, yet another hisses, furiously demanding that the other shut up. You manage to make out little from all this noise. We were just flying, minding our own business, straight out of the blue, and opened fire. Miracle we could get away. Emperor protected. Then more fire. Who? Void only knows. Roasted our tail, bombed everything. Our folks are left without our help. We never got to them. Thunderfang, now stop playing games. Main deck, on my order, aim weapons, target Thunderfang. Your lordship, please restrain your anger. The Void ship has a spacious hold. Perhaps they would be willing to establish trade relations. I was just trying to be threatening. Let us at least find out who they are before you smite them with your righteous fury. Fine, Danrock, have it your way. Main gun deck, belay that order. Stop playing games and explain again what your business is here, and I highly recommend the truth. Now, what have you done? It's too late now. The Vox channel is again filled with the angry whispering of several voices. Whispers and static are drowned out by a clear and slightly frightened voice. Do you copy? We are from the Fellow of the Void. We did not come here to loot. On a different business, to help our own, out of jail. Do not hurt, please. We already have our chronos cleaned. How about striking a deal? Our holds are full of goods. So they're a pirate. In case you are unaware, Captain, the Fellowship of the Void is a disorderly assembly of several dozen pirate factions in the Chronos Expanse. They consider themselves above regular heretics solely because they sometimes have Vox conversations with those whom they are about to board. Were it up to me, I would make them eat a salvo from the macro cannons to shake the scum loose from the decks. They certainly deserve it. The honeyed voice of the High Factotum interrupts the translation with a polite cough. I would wait on destroying the vessel if I were you. Although the moral aspects of their livelihood do cause some awkward questions, the Fellowship of the Void remain a major supplier of goods to local market. Perhaps you will find dealing with them acceptable, especially in a situation where performing a warp jump is impossible. Interesting. Can I fly through this? No, I cannot. That's super neat, actually. Active quests, no. Wait, what was that? So there is fuck all here. Okay. Lord Captain reporting. Pardon me. Lord Captain reporting. The heralds of the Navis nobility continue to maintain Vox silence, perhaps due to Urac 5 being off limits to visitors. We intercepted signals from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks. Presumably, it is the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Navis Nobility House requires aid, and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmissions. Order the auger crew to scan the station? Yes, Lord Captain. The Vox remains silent for a while, but then you hear static and Vigdis's measured voice. The officers from the auger crew performed a full scan of the station, but the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We are able to ascertain the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the center module, which means the station has not been abandoned. The the question remains, why are the esteemed navigators' heralds ignoring us? Contact the station again, I will negotiate personally. The Vox relays are maiden sound of grinding gears and clicking tumblers. I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The station does not reply even after an official greeting by a rogue trader and the declaration of your intent to negotiate in person. We will not invade a Nevis nobility station without first acquiring official proof. Lord Captain, the only navigators are blessed with the gift of steering ships through the... Only the navigators are through the Immaterium. Anyone else would succumb to the same nightmarish influence it projects on the crew and the vessel. To attempt traversing warp space without a guide is fool's errand. Forgive me for intruding, Lord Captain, but I feel it is my duty to remind you that the Nevis nobility are highly respected citizens of the Imperium. Humanity's guides through the war. The power and status of a highborn navigator house is akin to that of your protectorate. To aid them in their hour of need is to acquire an influential ally. Order the crew to commence docking with the station, I guess. Affirmative, Captain. We do not know what is happening at the station, so you will have to look for the esteemed navigators blind. Dock safely, and may the God Emperor light your path. Oh, interesting. There's so much to this game.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
Wretches, you will be consigned to oblivion for your transgressions against House Orcelio. Immortal Emperor, deliver your servants from peril. Prayers will not help you, servants of the damned. In the name of House Orcelio, I command you to execute the infidels. Not a step further. Master, we have some strange guests on the station. A tall man stops you with a gesture when you approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his weary face, and not just his own blood. Two jet-black unblinking eyes are watching your every move, and a third one, the mark of a navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lowered lid in the middle of his forehead. Step back, or I will unleash the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness. answer in High Gothic. I am Rogue Trader Leopold Sebastian von Valancius, and I am no enemy of the Navis Nobilite. This system has been under the protection of the Winterscale dynasty for many years. Admittedly, I did not expect to meet another rogue trader in my lifetime. And since fate has brought such an important person into my abode, allow me to introduce myself. So, before you stands Felix Christoph August, keeper of this station. So you did not come to offer your support to the traitors? This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Yurak 5 is a holy sanctum of House Orselio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say you are not on the guest list. What is happening on the station? Where did all these corpses come from? Betrayal, a most banal thing in the life of the nobility, don't you think? I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend, Theobald Orselio, the second keeper of Yurak 5, and my mentor. On his instructions, my own people sabotaged the generators, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared to take her prisoner. The scum? I swear by the throne's light that their souls will perish in the darkness of the void. Felix falls silent for a few moments, then furiously slams the end of his staff on the floor. The madmen have captured Lady Cassia and now torturing her upstairs while we are idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her or be gone, but waste no more of my precious time. I still have questions concerning what kind of help are you talking about? I would never ask you of such a favor under different circumstances, and yet Felix takes his hand away from his ribcage, notices blood, and winces in pain. And yet Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness. But you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the mistress's chambers, you will need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Orselio herself. Take this control rod of the elevator machine spirit. I have one part, and the other was lost during the mutiny, but even this relic will be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. How do I remake the control rod? I have a phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help rebuild the rod. The tech priest ceaselessly performed the rites of appeasement so that the machine spirit would serve the house in its time of need. The faithful hour is now upon us. So how am I supposed to power the elevator? The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. If it is so simple, why don't you do it yourself? I never said the feat would be easy to accomplish. The path to the laboratory and the guard room is blocked by the very same madmen who took over the station. They will not negotiate and are not afraid of displeasing the Navis Nobilite or incurring the Emperor's wrath. They bow only to brute strength, something which I currently happen to lack. I guess that makes sense. So, what have you decided, descendant of the von Valancius line? Wow, I have options. It will be an honor to save the Lady Navigator from her woes. The Rogue Trader's aid will cost House Orselio, but you should rejoice, for your mistress will live. I will rescue your mistress, but in return I require House Orselio sign a contract with my protectorate. Or I can just steal him. I feel as though I should probably defer to the... Because, like, they're not Astropaths. Navigator guilds are tremendously powerful, so getting in their good graces would be likely worth innumerable amounts of goods. It will be an honor to save the Lady Navigator from her woes. Felix nods curtly. We should hurry then. We will stay here to hold the line and lick our wounds. Good luck, rogue trader, and may the Emperor's light be with you. See, phylactery of blood.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
White? What? What is? Oh.
Hey, what's that?
If the witch is talking about the enemies who manage, then our weapons will... Okay. Oh! Oh!
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Huh. There's a trap up ahead. Order your character to disable it if the character enters the trap area or fails the test. Trap will trigger, dealing damage, inflicting... Sometimes you will see a trap marked with the red area and a connected dotted line. This line leads to the mechanism that controls the trap. However, hover your cursor over the mechanism. If the cursor changes to a trap icon, the trap can be disarmed by interacting with the mechanism. If you have your entire party selected, the character with the highest relevant skill will go disarm the trap. If a trap is marked in a red area without a dotted line, simply approach the trap and click on it. Okay.
Never doubt me.
The Lady Navigator statue looks pristine and new. That is a... Oh, that's a very cute emote, Sam. I appreciate that. Let me explore the other side.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Examine awareness.
The premonition runs
The
true.
corpses were mauled by a force far beyond any mortal capacity. The faces are twisted in pain, and the hands are fused with improvised weapon. Oh. Dual scissors. That's interesting. That's a deeply concerning...
Let us not dawdle.
Okay. So the only way forward is...
Experience? Nothing matters more.
Would you look at that? Duty prevails.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust. I always
Most
get the
of these
job
unfortunate
done.
souls took their own lives by slicing their guts open. Oh.
I always keep my options open.
What is going on here? Stand firm, we must not let the miscreants defile House Orselio. Fire at will for House Orselio.
I'll make an example out of you.
You dare cross the faithful?
Well, I have been observed. So, Idira. Love. I don't have access to heavy cover. Or at least heavy cover that matters. I can't use that because the table, but that's hurts. What's blocking that? That's absurd. Okay. Oh, it's not a question of... It's probably a question of movement space. Okay. Yep, it's a question of movement. I would like... Okay, this seems reasonable. Forewarning. Okay. Put that on Abelard.
No can do.
Unfortunate. Oh, I guess I can just move her into heavy
There
cover.
is movement in the Empyrean.
That would make sense. And then we'll analyze.
I'm not so sure.
Okay, never mind. We will not analyze. Oh, wow. That hit a lot of guys. That hit a lot more than I was expecting. I guess we're good to go then.
tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Should be good. Okay. She cannot get any raid. Wow.
God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart!
You know, that makes a lot of sense. We'll try... Wow. Good job. You know what? Let's try it again. That was kind of bad. Gee, I'm starting to suspect. 44% chance to get that guy. We'll take the 65.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Goodbye. Oh, there was a guy in cover. Oh. What? Well, that's irksome.
Don't let your guard down. I'll make it happen. It's as good as done.
If you would be so kind, Argenta.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Okay. Thank you, Argenta. I don't know, G. I'm just starting to suspect. Are you? That guy just... Oh my god. The Medicaid just healed him and then, like, put a bullet in the back of his skull. That's amazing. Or I guess not a bullet, but like a las shot.
That is not my destiny. On it.
consumes all stacks. So that'll be minus 30% dodge parry. That's fairly substantial. We'll go with that. Wow. These guys are fucking god-awful at... can I...
That's not the Seneschal's job.
Can I...
Pathetically
I
sad.
can, yes. Not only can I charge... Yeah, this seems reasonable. Oh. Well, that was a mistake. People are really bad at shooting point blank, apparently. What if we went that? Okay, that's a lot better. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Oof. Fantastic. People who have got kills on my team. Idira. She killed 4 people. Their team has killed 2 of their people. Which is hilarious to me.
I'll make it happen.
Shoot the shotgun. Oh, okay, that was acceptable, I suppose.
I'll see to it personally.
And I might...
I'll make it happen.
Oh, damn. That was a pretty good shot.
High momentum.
What was that noise?
Not this Greyer's job. What is this foreboding?
Oh, I didn't heal her. Oh, wait, she doesn't have that anymore. Interesting.
But of course. Was that you? Or anything else?
How long does that last? Oh, end of combat. So, I did not need to do that again. Whoa. Thank you, Sam. Thank you for the raid. Oh yeah. In case any of you guys don't know, Sam does stream. So if you enjoy them, definitely follow them. And that I'm not gonna lie, Sam. That actually startled me. Oh. That person's dead.
I will do my duty.
Man, I'm just not getting...
I'll do it.
Why did I not foresee this?
I mean, I did. I entirely expected. Really? Well, I guess if we're doing that,
Ready for whatever comes.
I don't know why, but yeah, I don't. I've done that a couple times myself, and it's said 2 people, and I don't understand because I was the only one there. That was a fucking excellent shot.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
Oh, whoops! I made the goof.
They who discern the future own the battlefield.
Forewarning.
I'm not so sure.
Okay, fine.
No can do.
Okay, well.
Will do.
Not at all shocked. This guy's dead. Like, this guy is just dead. Twitch drops people sometimes. So your account is often off. Or lots of letters.
My place is at the fort.
Well, like, even not without streaming, I have raided people. Like, I have raided people while I'm offline. And it has raided with 2 people, which makes no sense. Absolutely no sense.
I always have a backup plan.
Mutated flesh sample? So we're dealing with mutants, are we? Well maintained. Wait. Oh, a Ripper. Ah! Okay. Might want to put that on my good sister. Meteorite chunks, okay. Hydrate, absolutely. And have a wonderful night, Dreadful. Thank you for stopping by. Apparently it has been 2 hours. Shadow compliments himself. I did a lot of very good work with the pages, the stream pages, and I will have come a very long way as an artist, and I should be very proud of what I have accomplished. How's that, Candy? Is that an acceptable? The library is full of treatises by the most distinguished scholar of the Imperium, from Astrum Militarum, tacticians to Adeptus Mechanicus. Janitors? Good major domo attempts to nurture only the finest flowers in the garden, that is their master's life. Therefore, new seeds for the garden must be weeded out with the utmost care so that the garden's trees may yield the sweetest fruit. The lessons below will help you separate the precious seeds from the vile thorns to cultivate the perfect garden for any lady navigator. Lesson 1. A faithful servant always makes sure their mistress's rooms and gardens are clean. Lesson 2. A faithful servant will never offer their mistress the same dress presented earlier in the... Oh, there's a lot in the cycle. Lesson 3. A faithful servant offers their mistress a glass of fresh water upon waking. A faithful servant tastes each dish and every drink before serving it to their mistress. A faithful servant will have mastered the art of styling their mistress's hair. The total time that 5 servants can spend on arranging their mistress's coiffure should not exceed 3 revolutions of... Don't spend 3 hours on her hair. Got it. A faithful servant lives for their mistress and gladly gives their life for her as well. Mercy. That... 3 hours. That's absurd.
Unexpected result.
A statue by the famous Calixan sculptor and chronicler Zacharias Vernon the Magnificent, the 23rd year of the millennium. Of this millennium, originally. What is that? Interesting.
I dare not provoke the whispers.
Okay, they were very clearly guarding that door, so we're going to check this one first. The heavy door is secured by a sophisticated mechanical lock. There must be a way to unlock it from somewhere else. Okay, never mind.
I go where the whispers lead.
When the faithful are idle.
I will lead us to fortune.
Yes?
We should deal with this.
Always keep your eye on the price.
Thank you, sister.
I better myself through my service.
Navigator flesh saint.
The crew continues to mourn Lady Theodora. I fear it may affect the performance of their duties in service of the Lord Captain.
Let the people grieve. Lady Theodora was with us so long that we started to believe she was immortal.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
You know what? I should update equipment, because... That is a very nice model, I have to say. Toughness if they're into... Okay, so that's definitely not it. Whenever the wearer of this gets an injury or frozen gun. Oh, interesting. Whoa, that's ridiculous. I would like to... What? A scrappy auto pistol. Oh no, not that. That's a rifle. I don't want a rifle. Let's compare. Ripper auto pistol is 1 point less damage, but more armor penetration. More recoil, sim range, more... Okay. So they're effectively... They're more or less the same thing. What? I would like something with more range. Las gun's reasonable. Actually, hold on. What is the... Okay, one shot AP, that's fantastic. I do love me a stub revolver. 7 to 12. Fantastic. So, I should give... I'm definitely giving her a las pistol. Or a las gun. What do you mean, G? Right, I forgot those things. Random stuff, consumables. Oh, yes. Oh, that's fancy looking. Tech bonus whenever you gets an injury or okay. That's a handsome individual. What is your intelligence, sir? You're 30. Everyone here is the same intelligence except for... Maybe I should put... North Sword? What? Where? I'm... Oh, North Sword. Ah, I see, I see. Oh, that's nice. Mesh. Okay, so... That's just worse. What do you have? Mesh. Wow, that's just bad. There is a little bit. Oh, she gets a little Aquila. That's nice. Okay. We do need to sort. Everyone should have. Where was the there it is. Six. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of disappointed in the sorting options because, yeah. That's interesting. So the scrappy auto 4 to 6. That's so weird. The scrappy auto pistol is not strictly worse than the regular auto pistol. That's weird to me. The Ripper auto pistol. That thing kinda good. For the amount buff items, the amount of, yeah. Do I wanna... Range is 5, range is 6. Range is 2. So... I don't know. What do I want to do? Do I want to give... I do like the that's a lot of... We'll give him the... Six to 10, 15 armor pen. Okay, I think we're good here. Who has the best tech use? Tech use 30, 45, 30. My guy has the best. So if I do tech use, I need to remember to equip that. Okay, cool. Which door? Nope, wrong person.
Failure is just a temporary setback.
That's fucking funny.
That's how it's done. Rise
Cast
to the
your eye
top
there.
or get left in the dust.
I see. I see.
The Emperor favors me today.
Guard there's a lot of people in there. I would like to open this door. Is that a... Okay, no, that is a solid wall. Let's dip in here right quick. Are these people going to be hostile? Did you hear the screams? Move! Sir, are you alright? We can't hear anything. Now I see. You are in league with them. Is this an insurrection? Yes, indeed. Death to traitors. Sir, what are you doing? Get a hold of yourself, sir. I know you are all traitors. Traitors, all of you. They told me. They whispered. Hey, who are you?
Let us not dawdle.
Well, that I expected a fight, but okay. That was rather pointless. What are data crypts?
I always keep my options open.
Get lots of guns. He Keeper Theobald graciously agreed to provide samples of his skin growth so we could study the influence of the rebellious immaterium on the flesh of the Navis Nobilite. Just as we thought, navigators are positively resistant to the restless currents of the warp. The God Emperor truly does shield some people against the corruption and misery. But let us get back to the study of mortal flesh. Another servant will be carried in shortly. I must ready the organ extractor equipment. Adamantine dust and black water, this was the worst idea that could have entered my mind. God Emperor be praised, I am lucky to still have my head on my shoulders after this reckless experiment. Nevertheless, we did make an important discovery. The adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh of the lowborn to a degree. Having said that, not even the macerator can handle its temper, so we should probably introduce a more complex compound into the formula. All of the data related to the experiment were recorded in data crypt. Okay, I will get back to them later once I am done with experiment. Yep. Have I mentioned that the chunk of meteorite found by Keeper's Felix subjects is completely useless, although its shining granules could be used to make new paints for the child? Yes, I think I'm going to do exactly that. What?
Success is the only outcome I accept. I always have a backup plan.
What is that? Carapace chestplate? That's the same as a bunch of different types of loot.
Is there money to be made? Just as I planned.
Fantastic. Oh! Oh! There's no... Oh, the carapace is quite good. Fantastic. 20% damage reduction with no dodge penalty.
Always keep your eye on the...
Oh, hello, people. What the fuck is that? For some reason, the arch enemy's twisted influence has found its way into the station. Fantastic! We are done for! They'll kill us all! I can't take this anymore! There's so much the pain in my chest. Ah!
It's not dawdle.
Ah! Ah! Yue has had his tongue cut off, just like the rest of the lesser servants of House or something. Oh. The fact that the person is still alive is evidenced only by barely audible groans. Ah! I did not expect. The Cogitator's vid screen is covered in cracks and stained with dried blood. The buttons, switches, and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the sacred mechanism that now sparks and hisses in agony. He is still refusing to perish. Awaken the Cogitator. We turn a few of the remaining dials and pull the activation lever. The cracked vid screen of the sacred engine flickers, the Cogitator's insides emit creaks and groans, and the lumens oscillate at random. It takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant you access to the Cogitator's systems. Press state on the station's navigators. So we have 2 navigators still alive. The child look... What? The child, location, upper chambers, biometric parameters, rapid heartbeat, elevated body temperature, stress level exceeds the permissible limit, status, unknown error. Attention, calming procedures advised. Attention, upper chambers inaccessible. Error, the control rod is not present. If the rod has been misplaced, immediately contact station keeper or the Navis laboratory custodian. Examine the log. The archive data stored on the Cogitator's local data crypt is partially corrupted, but you still manage to access the residual logs for examination. View Vox reports. The Vox recording hisses for some time before you hear a voice. This is Officer A282. Do you copy? Several generators overheated on the lower levels. Chambers A to D are unpowered. Deck priest crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding. Requesting back. The officer's speech is interrupted by shouting and the recording abruptly ends. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompression of the living quarters. We've located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6, 9 are cut off from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. Senior station officers, this is the captain speaking. We attempted to contact the Winter Scale Scion for help, but something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply and cannot be sure it was even sent in the first place. A rescue team is not coming. We are on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor. You hear me? Anyone. If you are in doubt, shoot to kill. Following Vox recordings are too badly distorted to make out even a single word. X88 Aught, originator classified, date classified. Servants close to the child have started butchering one another again. An order came from above to have their remains processed. Report 886. The negotiations with the Winter Scales were a success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 minutes. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It is imperative that we increase the new retainer's resistance to the child's powers. 891 Expunge. Examine the station's document. Encrypted. Identity confirmed. Regent Aranto Orcelio. Date of visit classified. Reason for visit classified. Date of departure classified. Examining the security and life support logs. Yellow lights above the control panel flicker to life and a singular repeating message streams down the bid screen. Warning, damage in technical compartment A12B3B8H12 detected. Possibly Babak? Although I'm definitely thinking that given that these people were going insane, I don't know. I'm genuinely really curious what's going on here. Warp fuckery is about, though. Living quarters L10, L16, L28 depressurize. Unable to access station's document system. Energy regulation system unknown. Station will transfer over to emergency power. Immediate evacuation of facility is advised. View encrypted data. The vid screen blinks and the mechanisms in the machine's core emit a quiet hum. Switch to the main chamber controls. The cogs within the sacred mechanism slowly start turning with heavy grinding and clacking. The tired machine spirit grants you access to the station control, or at least parts that's... okay. Open all doors on the level. Cogitator's bid screen goes dark as the machine spirits had fled their mechanical casket, but your assumption is incorrect, as it fills with static just a few moments later. You can barely make out an inscription amidst the flow of rapidly changing symbols. Data corrupted, processing. cogitator takes a few moments to gather the data from the station's active systems. According to the report, this door is already... Oh, okay. You push a few buttons on the control panel, but the system rebels and keeps resetting your commands. According to the data, the compartment you are trying to open is depressurized. Okay. The cogitator takes a few moments to gather data from the session. Protocol has been executed. The door has been opened. Already opened. Oops. What? Are people gonna come out? Protocol has... Okay, cool. Main elevator controls. With a few manipulations, the switches make you realize the elevator to the upper chambers is blocked. Activate the elevator. Processing query confirmed. Call for Rykad Minoris for help. The system cannot carry out your command despite the eager compliance of the machine spirits. One thing is certain, the problem does not lie in the cogitator's mechanisms. You thank the machine spirits and reset the operating protocol. Cool.
I always keep my options open.
The blood of someone is in the phylactery, G. I wonder if that's the pressurized room.
I always have a backup plan.
Why did I... what? Oh.
Is there money to be made?
What the fuck was that? I have no idea what that was.
Wits about you.
Kind of terrifies me. We're going to jump back.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
And talk with Belek. Okay, so Felix will not talk.
Experience.
Yes.
Nothing matters more.
Right.
Oh, that's what you were. Okay.
Or get left in the dust.
Huh. That's an interesting statue.
Always keep your eye on the price.
That statue wasn't like that before, was it? I do not believe it was. That's not great. That's not fantastic. Biogel, black water, unidentified acid. Okay.
That's how it's done.
Synthetic amniotic fluid pools across the floor, barely discernible traces stretched to the side opposite the entrance. Oh! There's a person down there. Thought I saw movement. Psi crystal. Okay. I'm going to have to do something, aren't I? Flesh sample. We have so much garbage here. The caustic stench of reagent sears your nostrils and broken glass crunches underfoot. Someone wanted to destroy the laboratory or find something.
I always have a backup plan.
Hello? They all just lost their minds. Please don't kill me. I need to read this. This is very clearly important. Experimental section, the child's influence on the psycho-emotional state of various representatives of the Imperium. Test subject, experiment H4545-1, subject, lowborn male. Test subjects exhibit signs of acute stress. The majority perished of blood loss within a day of being placed into the laboratory chamber. Pardon me. Due to the inability to halt the discharge of ocular secretions, tears, and the body's subsequent replacement of these secretions with the connective tissue of its internal. And the body's subsequent replacement of these secretions with the connective tissue of its internal environment. I don't like that. The individuals with the greatest resistance to the sacred child's resonance died several chronoturns later. Extensive wounds in the abdomen, presumably inflicted by a jagged piece of metal. Death was caused by strangulation with subject's own intestines. Subject's final shouts exhibited concerns over abominable tentacles and void worms, hallucinations prescribed to their own internal organs. 45-2, lowborn female subject. Test subjects died within an hour of entering the lab adjacent to the child's chambers. Most had their tongues bitten off or their jaws badly dislocated. Some test subjects lacked physical strength separated from the rest of the skull. Cause of death, severe head injuries caused by impacting the walls of the floor. Ow. -3, paralyzed patient who lost the ability to speak due to the shock caused by malfunction in manufacturing accident, male. Test subject noted a tingling sensation in the deteriorated tissue during reagent Aeronauto or Celio's visit to the child. The test subject smiled and started humming, most likely trying to carry some plebeian tune, and then attempted to address the servant who brought him food. A lengthy conversation was prohibitive due to the servant's lack of a tongue. -4, defective offspring of Lord P. or Celio, pronounced unfit for studying the high art of navigation owing to the mutation of tissues required for installation of the obligatory, I'm pronouncing that weird, augmentations that merge one's consciousness with the vessel. Additionally, they displayed an overall feebleness of mind, female. The test subjects mirrored the child's actions for 3 days. On the 4th day, the child became upset after hearing the news about the untimely demise of Amos Venturelli, an officer of her personal guard. As a result, one of the test subjects peeled away several layers of tissue from her face and died from the resulting massive heart attack. The last surviving test subject was executed for attempting to contact the child. What is this? Transducer? What? More and more servants are being influenced by the immaterium, and it has nothing to do with the child's more frequent tantrums. We've discovered that the corrupted flesh of the mutated reacts most unusually to the crystals we purchased from the Winterscale dynasty. I strongly recommend finely grinding the reagent to catalyze the reaction. Not use acid under any circumstances, so no acid. Trust me, you will not like having to tend to the burns for the next dozen turns in a row. This calls for something more basic. Oh, and one more thing. Tech Breeze bless the data crypt for the calculated number of chronoturns, which means it is no longer necessary to remain near the device while waiting for the reaction to start. Data crypt H40KO malfunctioned over the course of our research. I should remind the technomats to deliver the secret mechanism into Magos Diactus's capable hands. There's a puzzle going on here.
Is there money to be made?
I don't have quite all the information yet.
Keep your wits about you.
We're going to have to come back down here.
An expected result.
Will you talk now? Bellic Orcelio looks a little better. His tangled hair is now neatly braided. His wounds are tightly bandaged, and there is some healthy color under the scales. His cheeks. You dealt with the threat and powered the elevator. Well done. I trust you brought the activation rod as well. Remember, every second of hesitation may cost my mistress her dignity. Idira suddenly cocks her head and drives her nails deep into her shoulder. Then she starts mumbling. The crossroads. There are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks, so poor and flimsy. They fall at the slightest touch. One hiding, a blind man, another a traitor. Tell me more. What paths? I cannot say. One is paved with blind faith, the other with hatred and treachery. Both lead to tragedy. You simply have to decide what kind of tragedy you like the most. Who is who, usually behind the masks. My whispers are giggly nastily. They will not speak. The naughty little things. They say that tearing off the masks is your concern. Thank you, I did not understand a single word. The station has enough problems without your sorcery, psyker. Bellic waves Idira off and looks at you expectantly. I have many questions regarding what happened on the station. You think they are worth the life of my mistress? Who is the child mentioned in the documents and reports on the station? You meddled with something that should have been left alone. The keeper folds his arms and shakes his head disapprovingly. The child is what the station servants call Lady Cassia, or the commoners' dirty mouths must not sully her name by uttering it. You see, it is not beneficial for all servants to have their vocal organs altered. Some prove to be more useful when they are still able to speak. The madmen I fought were convinced that we were the traitors. Bellic gives an indifferent shrug. That's why they are insane. You will really heed the ramblings of retainers who dare to raise their hand against the scions of a noble bloodline? The servants alone cannot be blamed for what happened on the station. Most corpses I discovered were either unarmed or feeble. Did you really think mere servants could plan a coup? The senior officers are just as guilty. Half of my guards butchered one another because they suspected treason. As for the real culprit, the coup was staged by those closest to the masters. Destroying the shuttles, shutting off the power, and disabling the security systems. Too many things required special access. Access available only to the keeper of the station. As I'm sure you are aware, there were 2 keepers of the station. Your guess is absolutely correct. Theobald Orselio, the demented old man, obsessed with Lady Cassia and her power. And also the one to blame for the woes that have befallen Iraq 5 and our noble line. Huh. Weird. I listened to a recording of a private conversation between the station's officers, who were very lenient towards them, purposefully neglecting the security protocols. I was lenient, this is true. And in the end, I paid a steep price for it. Look at the destruction around us. The insurgents have left almost nothing of my home. The keeper spits out the last few words with particular bitterness. Enough, I would not trust you as far as I can throw you, Felix Orselli. It is really time to end this. Felix squares his shoulders and gestures to his guards. I was hoping to find an ally with you, but now you are merely delaying the sorrowful end to your story. Prepare to die.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
For the Emperor!
Oh. I am... really bad news for these guards. I can't believe G was right. Truly astounding. Take your turn, Lady Argenta.
Strike is a prayer.
Very good. That's a lot of HP. What's your ebb and flow? That's okay. Well, that's not helpful. Every turn, second, fourth. Navigate gains an additional action point. Oh, interesting.
I'll make it happen.
I was pretty weak.
It will be done.
Engage in melee.
At your beck and call.
Wow. Oh, I am very definitely having fun, you see.
Mere pain won't stop me.
Very much having fun. Forewarning.
But of course.
And then if I cast the psychic, that's out of range. So we'll just kill him. Oh, we didn't quite. Fuck. Well, he is at 3.
My prescience has failed me.
Pain and beauty go hand in hand.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Okay, you can hit very many people. Also, I don't want to put you there because then you can't shoot your bolt. So I guess we'll put you in cover? That should be reasonable, right?
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! Doubt is for the weak.
Come on. Don't be like that, please. End him.
I refuse.
Oh my lord. Okay, well, that was deeply disappointing.
I will not.
High momentum.
Who, if not me?
We're gonna make some heads pop, I suppose.
Will do.
This should hit both.
Be gone. Nothing.
Oh! Ah! Cool. I just dealt way too much damage to my own team. That's not ideal.
I won't compromise my principles.
No, I can't.
On it. I'll make it happen.
A reasonable shot, okay. Abelard. I don't want you over here.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Because, goodness gracious. And then, reach this guy, maybe? I don't know if you can hit him.
I will do my duty.
Nope. Okay. Well, that's deeply unfortunate. We're the only person. Oh, shoot the psycho!
Has found me.
Emperor, protect the fallen. My soul shall become like fire.
Momentum.
The character has lost consciousness. Their wounds have been set to 0. The character can no longer participate in combat, nor can they be resuscitated by any means. They will regain consciousness after the battle and receive a trauma, which can be healed by resting on the ship or in certain places. Okay, cool.
Blessed be the hand of the healer.
How many stacks of revenue? I have 1 stack. Right, because she didn't kill anyone last round. You know what? That's pretty nice.
Deeds is worthless.
Interesting.
I won't stand for it.
Can I give it?
My gut tells me it's a bad idea. I refuse.
So I can't do that. Wait.
Accept your lot.
Oh, there's a person over there, huh?
Victory is imminent. At your beck and I took care of this one.
Fantastic. And then guess we will take a shot at nobody.
It will be done.
I'll see to it personally.
Please tell me you can hit this guy.
I'll do it.
God dang. Well, that's a problem. What is up with this? What? Why? Navigate slow. Huh. I mean, might as well.
If not me.
Yep.
At your beck and call.
Oh, that's not what I meant. Oh, fudge. Well, it's fine.
By the manner of their death, we shall know them.
Good job.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
All of my guys have fallen down.
Doubt is for the weak. This is why I was chosen.
Get him, Abelard. I have tremendous faith in you.
It will be done.
Yep. Look at that. Everyone's fucking hurt.
How may I serve the dynasty? Quiet. They're trying to tell me something.
Ah, I see. Oh, wow.
I'll warn you if I hear anything.
I like how this guy's body is still glowing. That's pretty neat. And I like how the arms still glow. Okay, cool. Oh, almost missed that guy. Gotta get all to the... So. Ow. Is that a long las? Not quite. Dodge reduction. What is the difference between Are these, like, literally just the same? No. It is better against unarmored targets, I see. You might be right. Long lads, long lads, long lads! Oh. Oh, look at that. That's... Sniper's got a fucking... Sniper... Or, Psyker's got... Psyker with a gun! A thing of beauty it is. We have... Okay. Tactical hit chance. Beautiful. I love it.
I always keep my options open.
The pale figure with unnaturally long limbs stands with her arms raised, her hands deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continually streams from her scarlet-misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a bejeweled ornament. And when your eyes meet, you sense an overwhelming, small-smothering power. You are enveloped in despairing grief, and an invisible hand closes around your throat, cutting off your breath. Your limbs seem to fill with lead, and your heart hammers in your chest, and the desire to turn and flee from this room, from the station, almost gets the better of you. At the last moment, you master your emotions, and your will pushes back against the illusion, forcing to retreat. Idira emits something between a moan and a drown-out whimper. Oh, ow, ow. As if my own little pals weren't bad enough. Now this one's barging into my head. Someone stop her! Heresy. Argenta looks at the tall figure with a strange mixture of anger and sadness. She lowers her head and her white hair veils her face. Lady Cassia, I am here to help you. Please calm yourself. She wearily shakes her head and lets a drawn-out sound similar to both a sob and a howl of a small wounded animal. What is happening? Is someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And you, who are you? Well, Leopold Sebastian von Valancius, it is a pleasure to meet your acquaintance. Unease settles over her features and she nods cautiously. Pardon my manners, Leopold Sebastian. I did not expect to make such an gracious acquaintance in such a time of great sorrow for our house. What is this? I feel faint. Theobald Orselio, the heavy-set old man who has been kneeling nearby erupts into low sobs, his eyes swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room, as though the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from them. Child, Lady Cassia, where are you? Sacred child? Throne preserve. Despite his venerable age, the navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. I don't know, GC. You. The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with black jet veins, and his bulging milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. My eyes fail me, or they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you, one wrong move will bring the wrath of House Orselio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain. This one's so deranged it's making the whispers shriek like crazy. He might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offense. Esteemed whoever you are, Abelard places a hand on his weapon. At present, I am trying to determine what is happening on Urek 5. I'll grant that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of a wrecked station, or like the scoundrels in Felix service. So who are you? Leopold Sebastian von Valancius, rogue trader. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy. How interesting. Your kind always makes an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful. And so House Orselio now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer, think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. You decide. What is the curse that has taken hold of everyone in this room? Theobald frowns. Curse? You do not understand the sacred gift given to our child. When the child is sad, we all weep. When the child smiles, we all laugh giddily. And if the child wants blood, the world turns crimson. The child's will is the will of the great Missifone, for she is the heir of House Orselio. They call me dangerous with my witchcraft, Indira mutters under her breath. I want to know what happened between you and Felek. Felek is my wayward student. He came to Urek 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child, to revel in power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss, to pervert the centuries-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of our greatest novitors, Tisiphone Orselio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boys, the renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the Novator's throne. Felek accused you of treachery, Theobald. Why should I trust your words? Defending myself before strangers. I never thought I would fall so low. The old man looks at the unmoving Cassie and shakes his head in resignation. If the child's life were not at stake, very well. I have no choice, or proof of my innocence. I can give you my word as a member of the Nevis Nobilite. If the honest word of an honorable man counts for anything with you. I guarded the station against calamity and incursions from without to the best of my ability. I forced the wardens to strictly observe security protocols. I personally selected every servant. And I faithfully protected the child during the coup. How could you I know how. What service do you ask of me? Hope glimmers in the navigator's milky eye. Save the sacred child. Take her away from the station. I fear I do not have long left. A bluish rivulet trickles down the old man's chin, and he wipes the mutated blood brusquely away from his sleeve. He glimpses the strange burns covering his flesh under his clothing. The slightest movement must be causing him unbearable pain. Save the child and deliver her safely to Regent Peranto, acting head of House Orselio, in the Cronus Expanse. Rest assured, the reward will be worth your effort. I know we came here for a navigator, but after everything we've seen, I've got some reservations about this girl. Magenta looks at Cassia, and painful furrow appears on her brow. Such a fragile thing, such a heavy burden upon her shoulders. You are talking as though you expect to die here. Theobald shrugs indifferently. My service to the house is coming to an end. The wounds inflicted upon my flesh will never heal. I am dying. Raise the throne slowly enough to see that the child is taken care of. You need help. There is Medicaid on my ship. Leopold only shakes his head. No, I am the keeper of Urak 5, and I will perish along with my station. On that note, I have other matters to attend to. How could you lose control of your own station? Do not trust my errors in faith. Do not thrust my errors in my face. I am twice your age and twice as wise. Take my advice. Trust no one but yourself and the Emperor. Even those closest to you will betray you for gold, power, and far-fetched idea of a bright future. I believe I have made my decision. Is that so? Please share your thoughts. Cassia shall come with me. Good, that is good. The old man nervously licks his lip. But do allow us to say proper farewells.
Wake up, my mistress, my sacred child. It is all over now. It is over.
Theobald coughs up more bluish blood. It stains the armor plate on his chest, but he remains standing.
What happened? You. I remember you. Have you come to save us?
You feel the crimson eyes roving over your face.
Child, please, listen to me very carefully. One last time. You will now embark on a voyage with this lord to rejoin the house and its regent in the Corollas expanse. I will not be able to accompany you on this journey.
The old man bends over in pain and wheezes hoarsely. Another trickle of blue blood runs down the old man's face, this time from his nose and ear.
No! Not you too! Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze! You're coming with me! Your mistress is giving you an order. Do you hear me?
A hot wave of despair that is not yours washes over you. Your palms sweat and your heart freezes in panic.
Mistress, I fear this will be your only order that I dare to disobey. I am the keeper of Urak 5, and alas, I have less than a day in me. Allow me to serve you one last time and honor my final duty to House Orselio. I will remain on the station and destroy the secrets it holds.
Oh, Theobald.
The crimson tears stained the Lady Navigator's white skin once again, but this time her powers does not make everyone weep along with her. I regret that we had to meet under such circumstances.
What need have I for your regrets? I just want things to go back to the way they were before.
Cassia looks sorrowfully at the destruction around her.
What are you going to do to me?
Lady Cassia, I, Leopold Sebastian von Valancius, rogue trader of the Imperium of Man, offer you my protection and grant you shelter aboard my vessel. Theobald Orselio nods slowly. Do not fear what is to come, child. You are ready to guide any vessel. I know this because I taught you myself. It is difficult to imagine a more worthy company than a rogue trader. But remember, your safety is of paramount importance. Into the great regent and fulfill your destiny.
I beg your pardon, But what about my servants? Yurak 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio.
I will provide you with every necessity. Naturally, this includes servants. Oh, no. All who can be saved will be given succor on board my ship. The Lady Navigator ponders your words for a short while.
As a Lady Navigator of House Orselio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel. I can no longer bear the pain of this place.
Rise to the top,
I like her.
or get left in the dust.
It is as if the painting was rendered by several different hands. The timid, uncertain lines are interlaced with rough and furious strokes coming together in arcane shapes. While no one appears to be living in the cage, somebody still filled the trough with dried fruit and fresh water. Can I talk to you? Or are we staying on? Well, time to pillage and loot. The luxurious feast was left untouched. The Lady Navigator's private library is brimming with essays, novels, and personal accounts from the trailblazers and explorers of the Imperium.
You are in the presence of House Orselio.
Oh! She's in my party. Huh. I did not expect to just, like, get... Can I get a summary of that? Man, that's fantastic. Okay, so... I do like increasing ballistic skill. Especially given how often I seem to be, like, telling Argenta to do things. dash. Oh, interesting. Controlled shot gives a sign they are about to open fire. Soldier and oh, that's super cool. Soldier immediately spends all their AP and cover efficiency. Essentials. They gain all back. Oh, wow. The next ranged area attack made by the soldier deals. What qualifies as an area attack? We need to get you a flamer. No, she does not know the meaning of controlled shot. Expose. Ooh, that's kind of neat. I really need to give her... awareness good for? Okay. Who has... Oh, wait, no, I can... Oh, wow, Cassia's got fucking bonkers high. Operatives do seem to scale with perception, so we will. Endure, okay. Sworn enemy marks the target gaining. Okay. Reckless strike. Don't care. Haunting scream. Athletics, I believe. And then let's observe Cassia. She has... Well, oh! She also has Voice of Command. She has Persuasion. She has Bring It Down. Fire Sour. Okay. Let's see if that inspire. That's pretty neat. she not also a psyker? Oh, she is a psyker. She's a navigator. She's a different type of psyker. Do any of these abilities care about... Okay, so that does care about fellowship bonus. That cares about fellowship bonus, so we probably want to increase the fellowship. Hey Zaya, how's it going? Nimble. Interesting. Oh, that's super wicked. Enemies affected by the Ow. Oh, it's not really... I'm not gonna... Giving her... Oh, man. Allies that are targeted by... Interesting. What are the... Interesting. Guide of Souls starts all turns, including extra turns. Bursts ally targets. Oh! That's pretty neat. Okay, enemies damn. Okay. Navigator path deals. So I think we're gonna go with the movement, because that's a lot of movement. Personal oversight when protects an ally with an action. Resolve is what again? Interesting. Offensive. Warp. Oh. Origin, nothing. Archetype. Okay, that's. I see. I think we are. She's gonna be really backline, I think. But then again, so is Iridia, so... yeah, I'll give her a commanding voice. Wow, her fellowship is beans. Maybe I don't want to. What are the warp options? Course untraveled. Increased perception. It's not every. Yeah. Wow! Just like, just a straight up, that is insane. Wow.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Oh, okay. We need to equip her with things and stuff and... okay, let's see here. I should... no. I guess we're not really...
I always have a backup plan.
I'm quite sure that
compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
I could have solved the problem, a problem, with this stuff back here.
Let us not dawdle.
Interesting. Okay, well, we've solved the problem. Time to leave. I'm actually really curious what... because one of those things I didn't have an option for...
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Keep your wits about you.
But no matter. Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first... Your heart starts beating furiously, your breaths come short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Big Dis is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of unease. Without even looking at the Voxmaster, Cassia waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course. When you are ready for the ritual, please let me know. Cassia sweeps her pensive gaze over Big Dis, then lowering her lashes slightly turns to you. What did you wish to speak about? After a few seconds hesitation, Cassia lets out a small exhale, then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped, but you acted honorably and did not exploit me in my wretched position, and for that I am immeasurably grateful. I am also deeply grateful that you saved my servants, especially my valet, Uwe served on the station for more than 5 years, much longer than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly attend to me during journeys through the immaterial, and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. But now, Cassia throws back her shoulders, I'm ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rites. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board, but no red. Tell me more about what the ritual entails. I doubt the uninitiated could understand the mysteries of navigation, but I shall try to explain the essence of it. I must merge my mind with the machine spirit of the ship so that I become one with the vessel. Cassia lifts a lock of hair from the back of her neck, revealing gilded implant ports. After that, I use the House or Celio ritual, which I loathe to reveal to you, free my mind of all errant thoughts. And then... It did. I will refund one of those, DC. You have a lovely evening, GC. Thank you for the health stuff. Then it is time to open... Oh, that's a good stretch. Open my third eye and peer into the depths of the warp itself. Among the nightmarish visions, mirages, and creatures of the abyss, only the light of the Emperor is the truth that will lead me from star to star, from system to system. Oh, the light. The guiding thread, so fine it can slip from one's grasp at any moment. Cassia unfurls her hand as though dropping something. But you have nothing to worry about. The navigators of House Orcelio never lose their course. Why do you refuse red paint? Cassia gestures... Oh! Cassia gestures toward the servant standing beside her. Uwe will give his blood before the ritual, as always. I shall ensure that all the necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navis. Cassia nods in thanks. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me. You can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it is opened. Captain, I will oversee the open channel between Lady Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all. Voxcaster in the Sanctum Navis picks up the susurration of clothes, pious chanting, and the metallic clinking of implants. Then the serene voice of Lady Navigator breaks the silence, initiating communion ritual. Come here, Uwe. The exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard, the low sob of the servant, the rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas. The faint whisper of the brush. Go. Footsteps hurrying away. I see violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails, number shadows spinning over the surface in fiery dance, a storm rising above foaming waters, armadas drowning in fog. A path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit. Of her? No, of me. Its frozen rays lie. That spring is here. The light is deadening. The great ruler is gone. The Boxmaster recoils at Cassia's words and and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. The panel beneath her fingers emits sparks and the Voxcaster falls silent. She quickly flips a series of switches and bows guiltily. My abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I have never heard the warp speaking through the navigator before. The connection is restored now. It will not happen again. Leave the Lady Navigator undisturbed. Soul-shredding screams drown out the Vox transmission. The servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain, their throats raw from strain, and then sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fate. It appears the servants were part of Lady Navigator's rites, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them. Rogue trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around. My brush only draws me onward. The way is blocked. You hear a heavy exhale, rustling fabric, and metallic clinking. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely, even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Lord Captain, congratulations on requiring a navigator. Spare me a few moments of your time, please. There are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I want to report on the condition of the station, Urek 5. You had opted to begin your visit to the Rygat system with a different destination. The station could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of Navis Nobilite brought us precious time. We can send our forces to disassemble the station and procure technological components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. Oh! Do we loot or we gather? But gee, money. Yes. Like, okay. Whatever technological components can likely be gotten elsewhere. But there are almost certainly unique items on board that ship. And also immediate payoff. Loot everything from jewelry to the very last manuscript. As you command, Lord Captain. With your permission, I would also like to remind you that we are still looking for an engine CR Prime. Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We are also missing some crew, and much more importantly, we have not yet located Heinrichs van Kalax, the right hand of the Inquisitor. Now we know for sure he was not at Urak 5, so keep this in mind when making any future plans. Why is it always business with you, Vigdis? Couldn't you sometimes just visit and tell me how wonderful everything is? Thank you, Vigdis. This will be all for now. As it pleases you, Lord Captain. Oh. Oh. Look at the cute little turrets. That's a pretty ship. I like that. Can I? I don't think I can. Yes, I cannot currently level up my ship, G. That was a 20% increase to profit factor. That's pretty good. Lord Captain, there is some commotion on the officer's deck. The Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom where the uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what Cassia to the deck. Oh, I wonder if... I wonder if she found out we took everything. That's so pretty.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
The Lady Navigator is engrossed in perusing the dusty tomes, which appear to have been neglected by the other officers. Be it because of sloth or dullness of mind. When you walk closer, Cassia looks up at you, starts, and hides a weathered book behind her back. It pleases me to see you adjusting to life aboard the ship.
Compared to Urak 5, your ship is a boundless world of unfamiliar hues. And yet, the abundance of bright colors can at times be wearisome on the eyes. The bridge and the decks are so clamorous. In my search for a place of quiet, I was fortunate to come upon this islet of serenity filled with rare tomes and practically devoid of color.
The events that took place on Urak 5 must have shaken you greatly. Are you well?
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Cassia's response is reserved and pointedly decorous, clearly intended to create a distance between you. Point at the book in Cassia's hands. I see you are fond of reading.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing.
Cassia carefully shows you the book, which turns out to be a collection of works by the Cadian naval commander and poet Elias Quint.
Urak 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
Cassia gently brushes the dust off the cover with her thin, clawed hands, her eyes filled with longing after reminiscing about her lost home. Your only attendant is your valet from Urak 5. Do my servants not measure up to your standards?
No. It is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
Perception test succeeded. Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusts the adornment on her forehead, then awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of the navigators often becomes a topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is unsurprising, then, that Cassia prefers the company of one who is used to how she looks. I hope that you have had ample time to calm yourself in your palace.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior in your question just now insulting. Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying? You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I.
Are you a romance option?
I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
Frightened by her own words, Cassia covers her mouth, pales and blushes, then pales again and hides her face. That's fucking adorable. And hides her face behind a cascade of her snow white hair. I'm beginning to think, Lady Cassia, that the feelings I have for you are far more complicated than common sympathy. You have nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural, be they good or bad. And it's just as natural to share them with others. Not quite right, so I would ask that you mind what you say from now on. It is indeed difficult for me to feel empathy for mutant, however, Cruz. Holy shit! I mean, you can play this game, G, and you can romance her. You have nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural, be they good or bad, and it is just as natural to share them with others.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak 5. So why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here,
The primness of her expression cracks, revealing the great weariness beneath. He places a hand upon her breastplate.
At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but... my delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
I would not dare to make fun of a lady's feelings, especially not one who has captivated me since I first set eyes upon her. I would rather we find amusement elsewhere, perhaps in the privacy of my chambers. What I find childish is your manner of addressing me as if I were your friend, and your mistaken belief that anyone here would be into it. I understand what you were going... I fucking don't. What you're going through, my own life was turned upside down. I am not in the habit of finding amusement at the expense of my people. Oof. I mean, no, gee, no. Absolutely not. First off, she is a lady. You don't just, like, do that. I would not dare to make fun of a lady's feelings, especially not one who has captivated me since I first set eyes upon her. Like,
Words like that, Lord Captain, could easily be misconstrued. You should familiarize yourself with some of the works in your library to learn the appropriate manner of conversing with a lady.
Sia blinks in surprise, her eyelashes fluttering, and a delicate blush suffuses her cheeks. You started a romance! That's the achievement. Struggling to maintain an expression of polite indifference, Cassia covers her hurting face and swiftly. That's so cute. Oh my gosh. Well, I did not intend to romance, but I did. Oh, can I read? This is fucking funny. An admirer who seeks the favor of a refined lady is well advised to maintain pointed courtesy and finesse in every deed. An honorable admirer will never defile a noble lady's ear with crude or indecent words, and that neither will he allow himself conduct that could besmirch her honor or dignity. Above all, the admirer should remember that a relationship begins with the right choice of words. Shower the lady with compliments that will accentuate her finest qualities without putting her in a position of discomfort. A word chosen eloquently and spoken with genuine warmth may bring about a change in the lady's eyes as she looks upon you. Once your interaction has grown more intimate, always be sure to remember the simple rules of etiquette. For example, should the lady drop her handkerchief, the deepest expression of sympathy for her would be to perform the following gesture. Pick up the handkerchief, wait a brief moment, then bring the handkerchief to your lips, touch it lightly before returning it to the lady. This noble gesture will assure the lady of the seriousness of your intentions. Remember that the flower bud of true feelings takes time to blossom. Patience, loyalty, and impeccability in adhering to the decorums of the nobility is key to earning the lady's favorable disposition. Amusing. I really like that little, like, reading lounge, though. That's delightful. I feel as though I would, other than the, you know, the horrors of the warp, you know, clawing whenever you transmit into warp space, I think I would love being an officer on the ship. It's beautiful. Also, for the record, I did not mean to start a romance there. It is 1 a.m., my word. I wonder if I can oh. It's not gonna happen. But let's talk to Argenta.
Rogue trader.
Sister Argenta looks tired and there are dark circles under her eyes. Her hair is somewhat disheveled and she moves like she's a little on edge. So do you have a personal request for me?
I indeed have a request, Rogue trader.
The accursed servants of chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valencia's territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the rogue trader could meet with the orphans. Don't tell me what to do, G. Okay, what good would What good would meeting them do? Make arrangements for a meeting worthy of a rogue trader. I will address the orphans with a speech. I will meet with them, no formalities needed. These are the children of the people who gave their lives for the Von Valencia's dynasty. My consideration is the least they deserve. Deliver this order on my behalf. The orphans are to be properly provided for, but a personal meeting with the rogue trader is too much. Oh my god. Why would I? Do you wish to fill these children's heads with the illusion that the world and its rulers care about them? I will have no part in this. I will meet with them, no formalities needed. These are the children of people who gave their lives for the Von Valencia's dynasty, and my consideration is the least they deserve. I will pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart. Oh, I instantly go there. Okay. Like, the A motley group of adolescents do not take their eyes off you, gazing at you as if you were a creature straight from a fairy tale. Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. Abelard glances at the gathered children. It is hardly the Scala Progenum in here. but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. I know what it means. Gee, I just can't pronounce it. Also, I'm not sure the last one is particularly mean. It is... Okay, the "I'll have no part in this" is over the line. Like, in the world of 40K, that is absolutely right. The rulers do not care about them. Like, not even a they cannot care about them because they are not aware of them. So it is not mean, it is merely truthful, which is harsh. But grandly, just the group, I, the Rogue Trader, and Lord Captain of this ship, speak to you now. Your parents gave their lives for a just cause and brought honor to the Von Valancius banners and those of the Imperium. I am proud of them, and I believe that you will become their worthy heirs. Your Lord Captain greets you, brave ones. Give them treats and escort them to their homes. I believe a minute of beholding the Lord Captain is great enough honor for them. That's good to hear, Zai. Argenta is standing to the side of the group. At your approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing. Brave ones, the master of this ship has appeared before you, the one who guides through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Reach your Lord Captain, the Rogue Trader of House Valancius. I am not one for stuffy words right now. Given that they lost their parents, like, this seems excessive. Your Lord Captain greets you, brave ones. The teenagers keep staring at you. A girl who has remained close to Argenta smiles uncertainly. A skinny, pale lad tries to throw his shoulders back and stand at attention like a soldier. Only a few teenagers at the far end of the row seem sullen and not particularly impressed. One of the scowling visitors, with a thin scar across his face, tosses his head back and says bitterly, "So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in their dozens for you noble lot, and you just give us speeches." Argenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flashes in her dark eyes, like she wants to both calm him and scold him for his impudence. Their comportment leaves much to be desired. I hope that they will be molded into worthy servants of House Valancians. Punish the troublemaker, put the rest back in their bays. If you have things to say, say them without fear. I will listen. Yeah. If you have things to say, say them without fear. I will listen. The boy smiles grimly. Doesn't matter what we say. It won't bring our parents back. And it won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on the ship until we drop and die like our folks, or worse. I understand your grief and dismay. Your parents died. It's not an easy thing to go through, but they gave their lives for the truth, for the good of the whole ship, for the Imperium. Do not speak of their honorable fate with anger and disdain. When the heretics who killed your parents attacked the ship, I was there. I took command, I fought, I repelled the assault as quickly as I could. But no war can be won without losses. You can only strive to do what is within your power. The strong have the power to decide the fate of others. The weak Either obey or die. You seek a different lot in life, boy. Save your grumbling and look for opportunity to rise above the rest. I understand your grief and dismay. Your parents died. It is not an easy thing to go through. But they gave their lives for the truth. For the good of the whole ship, for the Imperium. Do not speak of their honorable fate with anger and disdain. You heard the rogue trader. His words carried the wisdom of the Imperium. It's hard to say whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly. Then he catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sign, and the servants immediately emerge carrying package treats with Von Valentius emblazoned on the wrappers. It appears the Seneschal came prepared for any contingency. I failed several of my daily tasks, but I managed to keep the screens of the damned under control. I mean, I guess it's good. Heed the screens of the damned, learn from their anguish, do not repeat their deeds. Are you just fucking throwing the can? Oh my god, I hate this. Magenta rubs her temple pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves the bag. I should go talk to her, because I feel like it could have gone better. Wait, where is she? I...
Greetings.
Tell me about yourself.
About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
How you came into the service of the Emperor, how you came into, like... there's a lot, Argenta. How did you end up on Theodora's ship?
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the pirate attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that
He stops short.
I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, while her crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I'd barely recovered from my wounds when the pirates struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
What happened to the people who wounded you? Did Theodora's men eliminate them?
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more, and it's bound to happen someday.
You mentioned making a mistake.
It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them.
Her voice actor is so good. Argenta says heatedly, then she frowns and lowers her head for a moment. Like, all the voice actors here are very good. Where did this happen?
on one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
We could go to that planet and deal with the Chaos Worshippers.
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the von Valancius Protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared.
Argenta's eyes glint. She hesitates, but then shakes her head with a sigh. She is remarkably even-tempered for a Sister of Battle.
As you wish.
What is keeping you in my retinue?
This ship was targeted by heretical pirates, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary. But for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew.
Pleases me to have a servant of the Golden Throne in my crew. May the enemies of the Imperium tremble before our onslaught. I enjoy your company, Argenta. I hope that you remain in the crew and that the ship becomes your own. You might be of use to me. No. I see. No. Yeah, I genuinely think she provides, like, yeah. I enjoy your company, Argenta.
Those are very courteous words, Rogue Trader. Thank you. Both for your words and your hospitality.
She gives you another somewhat puzzled look. Gee, why not? Also, I don't plan to romance. I also didn't plan to romance Cassia. Although, I will admit, Cassia is enchanting. That's the wrong way. No, we should talk to Adira. How you doing? The tall middle-aged... She's middle-aged? What? The tall middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant as she rubs the implant at her temple. Her collar is undone and one of the clasps is on the verge of falling off. Sensing your presence, Adira turns her head towards you and offers a crooked smile, even as her eyes look right through. Things, where do you come from?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
Tell me about Lyra.
It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win. From poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me. But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
You never finished your story about the first time crossing the warp.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, If you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, all right?
That's fair. And yes, gee, the Sisters of Battle should scare you. They are, like, I respect the hell out of the Sisters of Battle because in lore, they are the peak of humanity. Space Marines are inhuman. Imperial Guard are common, but the Sisters of Battle are the best through the power of training and faith. What did you do before you came to be on the ship?
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes. I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra.
Gee, fear is a type of respect.
There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psychers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me, for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time.
Idira looks at you expectantly. Then, as though clarifying, she uses her hands to indicate a head exploding and laughs. There's two types of respect, G. There is, like, there's the type of respect that you give a loaded gun. It is not something to be taken lightly. That is the respect you give a Sister of Battle. That is the respect of fear. Of the knowledge of something, the knowledge of how much damage something can do. Yes, I am in awe of their power. I am in fear of their power. How did you end up in the Rogue Trader service?
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too. As I gawped at her, all of a sudden, I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards. Also, I could tell them my warning in full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the von Valancius dynasty.
No, gee, that's how I treat a psyker.
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, Why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can. After some Amisec. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy.
Zyker. Zyker.
Of course, Lord Captain.
I would like to hear your augury, Idira. Irita? What awaits me in the future?
All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you.
Idira laughs and rubs her hands together and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face, her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin and your collar begins to waver ever so slightly, as if moved by a breeze from a half-open door.
Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus.
Whoa.
Will you help him, rogue trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion.
Hello, King Necros. Thank you for the raid. I was not expecting that. What were you? It is going relatively well. I assume that's what you were playing? No, it was Assassin's Creed. Interesting. Oh! Hey, Jack. Huh. Okay, that explains it. But yeah, I have been enjoying Rogue Trader quite a bit. How was Assassin's Creed? Hopefully you were having a good time. I already said thank you for the raid, right? I get flustered so easily. But yeah, hi, I'm Shadow Mage. If you've not been here before, and I don't imagine you probably have. I do a variety of games, and I'm trying to get back on schedule with like more into streaming and stuff again, because I stopped last year. I play, like, I'm currently playing through Rogue Trader, which is going to be a series. I play Super Animal Royale with another friend of mine occasionally on Sundays. Just like a whole bunch of stuff, really. But yeah, hopefully you guys stick around, like the vibes, like the game. If you guys like CRPGs, look into this one, because this one is, I am extremely fond of this already. Like, it is extremely deep already. I'm only like, okay, I'm like 9.5 hours in, but like that's a slow pace. But it's been very good. Look into it if you like CRPGs. I would say.
A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. A chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord?
Is his true lord the Omnissiah? Is that...
The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it?
That one I didn't understand at all. Assassin's Creed is going good. I'm doing this for you, playing. Nice. Good to hear. Oh yeah, that was the first Assassin's Creed you were playing, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. Wow. Hopefully that goes well. That game, like, back, I played it rather late, and it hadn't aged particularly well then, and I can't imagine it's, like, gotten better in that regard, but hopefully you're enjoying it. Hopefully it's going well.
I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
Yadira strains to listen, then frowns and shakes her head. Psyker shrugs sheepishly and sniffs. Okay. Things are strained between you and Argenta, isn't that right?
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
Okay.
Of course. Always at your service. Whenever you need me.
If you play Odyssey, please play as Cassandra. Are you asking me or Necros, Mr. G? It's actually not too bad. I've played most of the games over nearly 2 decades. The controls are better, you know, range. Definitely. Yeah. Ooh, I don't need to go to the chair. I definitely know what it's like to have. I don't remember what it was, but like I played something fairly recently that I hadn't played in like decades, and it was like I never left. It was wild. Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you. Vigdis pauses as if listening to something. It's pandemonium outside the bridge gate. One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Versurian's voice. In any case, I wanted to warn you in advance. Cool. I guess random events are a thing that can happen, which is interesting in this. Yeah, this is the only second time I've been on the map. The system map, not even like the... I actually am like a third of the way through Odyssey and the RPG. Nice! Glad you're enjoying that. The everyday sounds of the bridge are disrupted by voices raised in anger. Abelard's voice is loudest of all. This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a highborn brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. The young woman standing before Abelard strives with all her might not to quail under the onslaught of her superior's anger. She falters, but then manages to look him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir, but I must speak to the Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant, you may address the Lord Captain. Not least because I see you already have seen fit to disturb him. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence toward the higher-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Avril Vent, requesting permission to speak. It's kind of a bit late for that. Vent falls silent and then adds rashly, on the matter of extreme importance and urgency.
In a dark corner of the tavern,
oh,
someone
thank you, Necros, for the follow. I heard it, but it didn't appear. Interesting. But thank you very much for the follow, Necros. That means quite a bit. Yeah. I hope you enjoy your chicken and rice, Zai. Just kind of... No, not a problem. You're not obliged to follow. Like, the fact that you're enjoying it here enough to follow is quite a bit like that. Yeah. Focus. No, shit. Okay, I will listen to what you may speak, but I want to hear a report, not a shouting match. I will not tolerate this kind of conduct on my ship. You may speak, but I want to hear a report, not a shouting match. Having two officers bickering in full view of the bridge is unacceptable. I'm sorry, Lord Captain. I thought the drastic times called for drastic measures. Vent exclaims hotly. I would love a bite if it could be shared, Zai, but I don't think your fork/spoon is long enough. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary, but I am convinced that this step is unwarranted, and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Bent is almost trembling with tension as she delivers her speech, her face extremely pale. Abelard, in no hurry to intervene, lets out a skeptical huff. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Versurian and to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we will have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Bent reels off the last words as though she knows them by heart. She has clearly been preparing to say them for some time. When she is finished, she casts an anxious glance at Abelard, then at you. Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you. There's an insurrection in the making aboard my ship and no one has informed me. Which would make sense because we don't have a Master of Whispers currently. How did this all start? Where does Seneschal Versian come into all this? I would not deem it a problem worthy of a rogue trader's attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. 30-some years ago, we even had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish workers' rule across the entire ship. It took a month to restore order, but even 8 years later, we're still battering rumors that the hero had survived his execution and was on the verge of gathering people to fight against the tyranny once more. Abelard scoffs. Needless to say, the rumors were baseless. As for the current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. But on the ship, the word Lord Captain carries more. Bleh. But on this ship, the word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. I'm sure that if the rogue trader addresses the malcontents directly, he will quell the unrest. I dread to think what problem you will disturb the rogue trader with next. Perhaps you will ask Lord Captain to break up brawls in the mess room. I've already given you the means to resolve this problem. You simply need to use them. If I may, your lordship, sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a means of ignoring the problem, not solving it. The situation could boil over at any minute, so I'll give you the condensed version. It all began when the enforcers found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who'd been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported it up the chain immediately, arranged for a cleansing rite to be performed, and opened an investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the search has brought tensions between enforcers and workers to a head. Where does Seneschal Versurian come into all this? I shall explain, Abelard intones grimly. I beg you to hurry, time is running out. I will not hurry, since my competence is under scrutiny. I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There is an established order to the way of things are done on this ship, and one of the pillars of that system is the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I've always handled internal problems myself, so of course when I received information about cultists hiding on the lower decks, I took matters in hand. So long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodora Valancius will find refuge on her ship. You were far too heavy-handed, Seneschal Versian. Arrests, interrogations, smash punishments for insider sectors has driven people to the brink. Now there is a strike on the lower decks, in Depot 4 to be precise. 3 workers' clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection. But I reported my concerns. When I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. What is Depot 4? Depot 4 is one of the poorest sectors in the lower deck. It is home to the clan of general laborers. They are not as valuable to the ship as the families who have served in its specialized systems for generations. They are an easily replaceable resource, and one which is now, or besides, giving succor to cultists and minions of the Archon. Depot 4 is poor and troubled, but at worst that means drunken fights and illegal rotgut brewing. We have handled the workers of Depot 4 in the past. We would have done so again if the crackdown on Depot 4 hadn't been so harsh. And another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector. It is located on one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there has a knock-on effect on the neighboring sectors. Abelard, what do you have to say to all this? I see no need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. For my part, I urge Lord Captain to go down to the lower decks, stop the assault unit, and speak directly to the people. You will see that they are not lying nor harboring heretics. That way you will stop the uprising before it begins. I've heard enough. I will go down to the lower decks and deal with the problem personally. I am certain the Seneschal was acting within his authority, but I will verify the soundness of his decision for myself. This matter is not... I mean, it was within his authority, but I don't think it was... I'll go down there. Praise the Emperor. That cannot contain her relief. Thank you, Lord Captain. Abelard grits his teeth slightly. An enterprise bordering on the sophomoric. But please, yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. Oh! Oh! That's interesting. I don't like that I'm having to pick combatants. Go to the side of the conflict with the Seneschal. Whoa, boy. Hey, it's Wazurian. Take that, scum. That's amazing. Look who it is. This I didn't read that. Abelard reflexively wipes the sweat from his brow in a startlingly human gesture, and a telling one. A rare moment where he allows his age and weariness to show through his armor like veneer of self-assurance. The lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret that we cannot replace the locals with servitors. Did you hear? They were shouting your name. Let's keep moving. We need to get to the bottom of this. Somewhat resembling a nest made out of thermal insulation material, this must be where the workers sleep between shifts. That's honestly a pretty good looking bed for what I was expecting. What is this?
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Wow, nobles from the upper decks down here to see us. Why is that valve highlighted?
Is there money to be made?
Huge pipes, the arteries of the ship run through many bays. Okay. I am extremely Why do you have...
This is intriguing.
I was born in this sector, and it looks like I'll die here, too. This is making me extremely nervous. The sounds of a heated discussion reverberate through the ship's bays. Lieutenant Avrilla Vent of the ship's enforcers is barring the path of a heavily built assault unit officer, and judging by their expressions and tone, the standoff has dragged on for some time already and has now reached a boiling point. I have my orders to put an end to the unrest and purge the sector. You can take your orders and shove them. This is my deck and my sector. There are only 3 people who can waltz in here without my express permission. The first officer, the rogue trader, and the Emperor himself. So not all my lessons fall on deaf ears. Abelard mutters in crabby approval. He does not clarify whether he means Lieutenant Vent, the officer looming over her, or both. Your lordship. Noticing you, the 2 junior officers snap to attention and salute, their subordinates following suit a moment later. What's the situation? Your lordship, my people have locked down the bay where the strikers are, including their leaders. We have the situation under control as far as resources allow. I want to speak to the strikers. Abelard's mouth twists, but he restrains himself and says nothing. Right you are. Oh, right you are, Lord Captain. Allow me to wish you good luck. Hope gleams in Lieutenant Vent's eyes. Where? Oh, this way. Okay. This way? Greetings, Your Grace. Wow, no, a dozen pair of eyes stare apprehensively at you. The people before are typical inhabitants of the lower deck. You take in their simple clothing, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation, from barely discernible to the strange to the outright grotesque. Fantastic. A whisper passes through the crowd, and you detect a mixture of fear, astonishment, and joy in their reactions. Finally, 3 people break away from the crowd, an elderly woman and 2 men. These must be the leaders. They bow clumsily before. Lord Captain, you have come down to us. Tell me what is troubling you. Why are you striking? Striking? That's news to us, your lordship. Says a tall, thin man in worker's garb. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Shut up, Rivet, snaps the old woman, who turns her hostile dark eyes on you. Here's the deal, your lordship. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking for cultists. One wrong word and they're reaching for their batons. If they want to punish someone, they turn off the heating to the whole base for a week at a time. So we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation in their lungs, all because of those enforcers. The old woman spits on the floor and rubs at the spittle with the toe of her worn-out shoe. Argenta does not interrupt the workers, but you see the sadness well up in her eyes at when the children's deaths are mentioned. She quietly whispers a requiem of... Argenta's so good! It makes a sign over herself. It's all true. Vent is the only officer who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks and who grew up amidships and has no fellow feeling towards us. The grim man with the scarred face throws up his arms. Your lordship, we're no villains here. We're honest workers, your servants. We've plotted no disorder. We went on strike openly, and now we got guns pointed at us. All we're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace without being harassed. The persecution started apropos of nothing, you say. I was told that one of you was found in possession of a cultist amulet and that there are heretics hiding here. Cultist amulet? What's that? The gewgaw they found on the dead drunkard? If it was something evil or forbidden, we sure didn't know. The enforcers just said they were looking for heretics among us, and anyone obstructing their investigation would be punished. But how could there be heretics here? We know our own people, and there have been no new faces around. Definitely not. If there were, we'd be the first to report them. As for this amulet, or whatever it is, it took it off a dead body, and there are no cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. But when that fight broke out, some enterprising folks looted the bodies. The boots they came back with. Nobody's ever tread these decks in boots so fine, I can tell you that. Seems to me these cultists have better commanders than us. Oh yeah, those boots were really fine. And there was no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We don't need any amulets around here. We all worship the Emperor, and when we're working, we bow down before the machine spirits of the large and small transformers and servo motor. Same way my grandfather was taught 100 years ago by a tech priest who came calling. Believe us, your lordship, we are people of faith. Naive children, weren't you taught from an early age about the dangers of the archenemy's creations? Weren't you warned that any unfamiliar object could be one of them? We were told, holy sister, but it was long ago, and the last time we saw a confessor in our sector, it was just after I'd had my third little one. That's regrettable, but you cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulders of the Holy Fathers. Who will you blame when beasts crawl out of those amulets you stole from the heretics? Your Holy Father who was not there. The Holy Father who was not there, or the scavenger who brought the evil down upon himself and his neighbors. Abelard, do you have anything to add? I authorized use of all necessary measures to locate Chaos Worshippers hiding in the sector. The specific steps taken by the officers were not reported to me. Abelard frowns, clearly disgruntled at having to explain himself in the workers' presence. Nevertheless, I am certain that their actions were justified. Cultists are no drunkens. Steve? Doris? Stevedores? I have no idea. They are the enemy and the threat to the ship. Neutralizing them demands decisive action. We were attacked on the way here. How do you explain that? Here's an explanation for you. The people have been pushed to their limit, and now they're lashing out. As if we don't know why these top deck units are being sent down here. Like that one there that the lieutenant won't let pass. Our clans are all inside the bay that's been sealed off, but the lower decks are big. I'm sure there's some people who've had just about enough. We're getting it from all sides. The soldiers have encircled the ones who've risen up. Death Squad has just arrived. It's no wonder folks are lashing out. Their words seem sincere to you. Their body language and the glances traded between them reveal that the news of the attack has shocked them. What changes do you want? Would you look at this? The exalted Lord Captain himself asking us Piltress what we want. Well, here's what. We want you to rein in your damn enforcers, to quit turning off the heat, and to stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. We want the enforcers gone from here, and we want to be armed. Give us arms and we'll govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves if these cultists do show their faces. I've been leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these club-wielding thugs can only improve things around here. You've gone too far, old man. They'll never let the maggots on the lower deck live without enforcers breathing down their necks. They'll probably even insist on enforcers on the upper decks, too. As for weapons, what do we need them for? Before the first day's out, we'll have someone shooting their neighbor out of stupidity or drunkenness. We don't need that. If the enforcers stop harassing us, that'll be enough. In return, We'll find the scavengers who robbed the cultist bodies and we'll talk to them, one lower decker to another. If there are any more of those damn amulets around, we'll hand them over to the enforcers ourselves. You speak for yourself and your clan, I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want empty gestures, I want real change. They'll promise us the world now, but as soon as the Anointed One turns his back, these brutes will be on us even harder than before. All because we dared to speak out. The tall worker's eyes dart between the two arguing leaders. Every few seconds he opens his mouth as if planning to agree, but each time he falls silent, simply making a few vague nods of approval. Okay. Thoughts, Abelard? A story about going scavenging for boots and accidentally picking up heretical amulets doesn't convince me. These people were moments away from rebelling and possibly becoming minions of the archenemy. We must not give them what they want. Even if they did acquire something innocently, purely out of their own stupidity, that does not mean they are not tainted with corruption. What begins as petty thievery can turn into far graver problem. I've seen it before. Abelard's face darkens momentarily. In my second war, there was a sergeant in the Imperial Guard Regiment that was stationed nearby. The sergeant took an ordinary pocket knife from the body of a heretic, and his whole unit lost their lives for it. When they finally managed to break into the barracks, they found not a single survivor, only the pocket knife, which had grown through all the rows of beds like a metal choking vine. So when it comes to scavengers, malcontent strikers, or whatever they'll turn into next, my verdict is simple. Give them no quarter. Spreading anarchy on the ship is the first step towards embracing chaos. Putting weapons into untrained hands would be even worse. What's more, the enforcers are needed to maintain oversight and order. I'll give orders. The weapons is too much. Let's go for coercion. Yes! The tall worker they call Rivet shrugs and casts a sidelong look at the old one. Old man, listen. Listen! The Lord Captain himself has come down to us and is offering concessions. I don't know a single person in the whole of Depot 4 who's ever stood next to the rogue trader, let alone talk to them. Back down. Now's no time for you to be a stubborn old crone. Listen to us, old man. The three clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We've made our minds up. It's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers or give us weapons. We don't need any of that. The old woman hisses in dissatisfaction. You two are ganging up on me, is that it? So brave you are against an old woman. But I'll shut up, I will indeed. I won't go against two clan leaders on my own. You want to make peace with the enforcers, make your peace. That's great, just fantastic. Lord Captain, we're all agreed. Then it's decided. The persecution will stop and I will expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets or weapons left by the cultists. Your lordship, thank you. You have not abandoned us lower deckers. You came yourself and settled everything. I'll tell my grandchildren about this. Of course, your lordship. We'll root out any nasty business faster than the enforcers, and we'll leave no stone unturned. Fantastic.
Your seneschal is always there for you.
Time to loot. Oh. I'm really curious why the valves are... If I didn't solve this with words, would I have to, like, do something with the valves?
Let's not waste time with pleasantry.
Do you require an audience?
What advice do you seek?
Stopping unexpectedly, Abelard imperiously dismisses the unit to stand at a distance and addresses your other companion, saying, "I have an urgent matter to discuss with you, Lord Captain. Please give us a moment." That's very funny. Abelard looks at you, and his last vestiges of restraint vanish. "Well, are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain? You kowtowed to disloyal rabble. You believed their lies and showed them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, that rabble will welcome them in open arms and allow them to wreak whatever havoc they like, because they will see you as a weak leader. Is that how you see your future at the helm of the Von Valancius Protectorate?" Let's talk about your role in all this instead. You allowed this revolt to happen. Your actions practically guaranteed it would. "I would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene," Abelard says irascibly. "Remember, Lord Captain, Theodora. Do you think she ever set one slippered foot on the lower decks? No, she did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers while she dedicated herself to her grand designs for the Protectorate, as any true strategist and rogue trader ought." Maybe if Theodore had spent time on trifling matters, she wouldn't have wound up dead. There's a new Lord Captain aboard the ship now. I not repeat her mistake. Would be only too willing to trust in my seneschal and not fill my head with such matters, but the situation had spiraled out of control. I would only be, yeah. This seems the most measured. I would be only too willing to trust my seneschal and not fill my head with such matters, but the situation had spiraled out of control, Abelard. Abelard's face relaxes slightly. "You're right. At least as concerns junior officers making complaints directly to you." And Abelard stands straight at attention. "I lost my temper, Lord Captain, and I believe I ought to explain myself." Abelard speaks slowly, the words not coming easily to him. "The prosperity of the Von Valancius Protectorate is not an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision in my life. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodora's deeds the sign of true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds. They create order out of anarchy. The creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I had come from a long line of officers, and I embarked on this incredibly reckless venture. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concerns she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods to distant frontiers, on scouting voyages, and the advancement of the entire Protectorate rested on my shoulders. And then suddenly, everything that had been built over the years and years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hanger on a seismically active world. Mercy. One of the senior officers betrayed us all. The rogue trader was killed, and who knows what is happening on the planets. I tell you this honestly, without fear of appearing weak. All this has come as a grievous blow to me. I am not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty-bound to aid the new rogue trader, to aid you, to find your footing as quickly as possible. And to do that, I must insulate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out in the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot suddenly be deemed Access to requirements. Theodora trusted in established procedures and she died. I won't make the same mistake. If you want to keep building the future of the Von Valencia's protectorate with me, stop living in the past. I understand, but you need to learn how to respect me as your Lord Captain and Rogue Trader. Accept it and start living in the new world. A world where Theodora is gone and where you and I have new decisions to make. The prosperity of the Von Valencia's protectorate is just as important to me. You are the only person who has comprehensive knowledge of how things are run on the ship. I think future I will no. I value what Theodora created and I trust this situation is an aberration of the ship's otherwise smooth operation. Since the established procedures are working, I see no reason to change them. I have seen plenty of sentiment and hand-wringing in recent days, but very little competence. I have no plans to rely on your judgment or your tried and tested procedures in the future. All of these are, like, really valid. I think it's one of the two. I feel like this is needlessly disrespectful to her. I understand, but you need to learn how to respect me as your Lord Captain and Rogue Trader. Accept it and start living in the new world. A world where Theodora is gone and where you and I have new decisions to make. Abelard solemnly inclines his head. Yes, Lord Captain. After a moment's silence, he adds, looking at you with interest. Your resolve is admirable and demonstrates strong leadership. I shall remember this moment should my old habits ever begin to creep back in. Now, please, let us leave the lower decks. If the Rogue Trader desires to stretch his legs, there are far more suitable places. I think that went reasonably well. Sure. You sound less than... Oh my gosh, it's 2 a.m. This game just, like, eats up time. I think we will... Loading screen. Yeah, I am... I am kind of worried for Abelard because he is, quite harsh. Potentially needlessly so. Like, I genuinely respect the mind for order he has, but, like, not every problem can be solved with procedure. As the ship makes its way through the star system, a strange fatigue falls over you. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the quill you have been using to draw up yet another order falls from your hand. Oh, You raise your head with a start. Someone else is here, and your son. You stand up and stare at dozens upon dozens of corpses surrounding you. Among their number, you recognize the disfigured and bloody faces of those who died on the ship's bridge and those you met in your previous life. How is this possible? Where are the enforcers posted to stand guard? It matters not. You are alone against a horde of heretics risen from the darkness to take your life. As if of its own accord, the shard lying on the edge of the desk, the sole remnant of Conrad Votvir's weapon, slips into your hand. The metal is searing cold. The dead sway from side to side, closing in around you, a nightmarishly slow advance. Interesting. Stop. I did not wish for any of you to die. The dead remain deaf to your words, creeping ever closer with the inevitability of death itself. You belatedly realize that your trembling hand has found the shard when its razor edge cuts into your palm. Uh-oh. An unbearably bright light floods everything around, and you find yourself surrounded by groveling minions, their bodies shriveling in your mere presence. Your hands no longer hold a pitiful shard, but a majestic and intricate weapon, a skillfully crafted sword with strange, unnerving proportions, a curved design, and an unusual hilt adorned with the image of a closed eye. The eye opens wide, revealing a gaze so ancient and dark that it seals your breath away. You have felt this gaze before, there on the bridge, and the voice that appears in your mind only confirms your guess. The tapestry is woven, the path is chosen. Accept your fate, champion. No. Throw the daemon blade away. Never. Your body refuses to obey your mind. The handle feels as if it has become one with your hands, and the gaze of the demonic eye sets your very soul ablaze. Resisting your fate is futile. You scream as if you feel your soul burn away to ash. You awaken from the vision, kneeling next to your desk, clothes drenched in sweat and a sour taste on your tongue. Your head is ringing, and you struggle to recall those faces and the image of the sword in your hands. Only the deep cut on your palm and the bloody shard lying on the floor remind you of what transpired. You would rather die than touch that thing again, so you reach your shaking hand for your box and call for a servitor. Now you just have to wait for the mindless automaton to arrive, pick up the cursed artifact, and head for the nearest airlock to be claimed by the void. Okay. I do not trust in warp fuckery, G. I'm extremely curious how... I do know of Dungeons of Dreadmore G. It's a good game. It's a very good game. Huh. That's interesting. Okay, I think this is as good a place as any. So, I think we will call it a night because it is 2 a.m. here and holy shit. But this is such a good game. I am very tickled with it. I look forward to playing it a lot more. Oh shit, Cobalt Core. Oh, I know where we're raiding. Oh my gosh. We're raiding Indy Alpaca, who is, I haven't been in their streams. My pleasure, G. Indy is real nice. I haven't hung out in their streams in a while, but they're very chill and play some pretty interesting games, and they are currently playing Cobalt Core, which is such a good game. I love it so much. It's so good. But yeah, I will hopefully stream Beat Saber tomorrow. I will catch you guys later, and I hope you have a wonderful night. I never fixed the music. I just realized. You didn't remind me, so it was probably fine. Bye.